Do. Yeah, I should talk about news. It's been a while, guys. Love it. Hold on a little bit. Done. It's been a while, guys. I'm doing fine. How are you guys? uh, uh, ah, uh, ah, uh, ah, uh. Hi there, Daniel. I'm sad. I'm very sad. 200 ringgit's gone. If you don't know, it's Malaysia currency is off around like 50 USD. Ah! Ah! Although I need to talk to my friend on the phone. I just let them know not long ago. I guess they're laughing their ass off on me. Okay, I'm back. Watch my Spotify. Yes, I'm going to play some very common basic music. To be honest, like many more offline music. Yeah, Raharuha, Raharura, Rahara, Rahura. Okay, Rahura. Yeah, that's the album maker. Yes, yes, yes. Depends on your Xiaomi or like how you Xiaomi. There's quite a lot of ridiculous things that happened to my life. If you guys don't know what happened, that why I say I lost like 200 ringgit, which is a lot actually, like a month of like electricity bill payment. I I do business in VGen. If you guys don't know, if you guys know now, you know. If you guys don't know, now you know. If you guys know about it, now you will know more about it. I never go out my house, so like maybe you saw the wrong person. But either way, now can look at this one. So this is my VGen. Like I commission business, the other stuff, this other stuff. But here's the thing, like that's like two type of payment you can do. Okay, you click into it, you say, oh, I want this and that other stuff. You can see it's it support like PayPal and then the rest of the stuff. Yes, PayPal is like completely separate, and then the rest of the stuff of the payment is using the Stripe payments to actually do it. It's either you can use your Google Pay, your Apple Pay, your debit card, your American Express somehow. Let's see what the heck is that now. Tiny. So like you can use the rest of the other payment stuff to actually pay the thing instead of using PayPal if you fucking hate it. Okay. Rarely actually people use any of the other payment method. They just use straight up PayPal. So I usually get money from PayPal. Here's the thing. So that Stripe systems that process all the other like money stuff. Okay. Well, when you register it, it wants your like bank account stuff, like obviously. When it asked my bank account informations, it said like, okay, you need like you need to mark your bank, your like account, and your debit card. And technically not debit card, like any card that you have. So I input my card. And then put my like bank account stuff. But man, I don't know why. If you want to do like bank transfer, you obviously like use the bank account number, right? You're not going to use the gosh dang debit card numbers to do the bank transfer, right? Right. They use the debit card account numbers for some reasons. For some reasons. I don't even know why. I don't even know why. So that's the thing. They told me, like, I didn't aware of it at first because I pressed the button already. I went into it and then I pressed the button and immediately start the transferring process. And I didn't really notice it. It's definitely part of my fault too. Okay, definitely. I'm not going to like blame the fucking world for it. It's part of my fault that I didn't check. So the moment I realized, holy shit, it's actually using my card. But when I actually noticed it, it was a little bit too late. They already told me like, oh, the transfer payment has been basically proceeded, and it has been charged, and it has been like like processed. And now I was like, processed? How do you process? That number doesn't valid in the first place. How do you manage to process in? It's my card numbers, not my account number, you fuckers. How do you even manage to process in? Whose bank account number is identically longer, as fucking long as their card numbers? That's not going to be possible, right? Like, bank card number is like 16 digits. Like bank account numbers is like 12 digit. Like, who the fuck reached like the 16-digit mark? How do they even get this thing processed? Like, shouldn't they actually like, oh, this number doesn't exist, bounce back? No, they didn't bounce back. They told me the process finished. They actually like delivered the money. Delivered to who? My money. I'm just sad. I am very sad. I know for a lot of people 200 is nothing. But for me it's a lot, okay? For a guy who is like struggling artist, I barely get any money. I'm not sure to laugh or be sad about it because it is my stupidity. I want to laugh how fucking stupid I am. But I was so very sad. 200. Yeah. And your bug can't catch a break. I just like I'm still having a fever at the moment. Ah. The accumulation mental damage I got like too much, I guess. It's like I got like slammed by a like crashing fever from this. Yeah, I'm still very sick. Like if you guys like notice I didn't stream for this quite a few days, is because I finished my big work and I want to take a small break, like a day break. Originally I was supposed to like stream a few more hours earlier. I didn't. The reason is funny as shit. Thunderstorm. I'm too afraid to opening my computers, okay? I want to start streaming, I want to start work, keep on other work. So yeah, but a fucking thunderstorm like happened. Like maybe Hassan is like channeling the fucking thunder power. The charges like gosh dang shot callers. Who knows? Still again, I feel a little bit like pissed off. Angry, sad, and also like humorous in the same time. I think I'm delirious at this point. You know what? Like I've been like doing like doing a lot of like animations as a practice. I want to do a high angle version of this one. Hmm. I don't know. How do I do it? Yeah, my brain is not functioning at the moment because they're actually quite. But here's a funny thing, okay? Fun fact about Kira. The more sick I am, the more hungry I am. It's a weird thing. Like usually people when they're sick, they don't really have a lot of appetite. I kind of like on the reverse side of things, I crave food. I will cave into like food craving like very easily. Like usually you can just say, "Oh, I'm hungry," but nah, no. I'll be like, "I hunger." Now I'll just like go seek out food, like freaking like, food missile. And hope I actually get like a better time. Now my brain is not functioning properly, okay? My brain. My brains! My money! My money! No! And also I've been like having like lots of like eating trouble lately. Most of the cases just me being fat. That is one of the very like incredible case, but the difficulty of the breathing here is kind of a little bit ridiculous at this point. I don't even know why I behave like that. Ah, man, my entire body's burning up. But BRB sessions. I'll be back soon. Be back soon. I'm back. And my camera is off. Joe, what happened? Hold on. Ew, my back. Yeah, I don't know why, like, my back has like this. This invisible, uncrackable crack. I need to crack. Ah, someone step behind my back to kind of like, you know, like kind of not like be my fucking spine at this point. Ah. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened here. I don't know. Fascinating. Either way, anyone managed to drop by in here. My name is Kirifaku and I'm saying your voice. Cheers and I have no idea the fuck I'm doing. Man, the silence. Silence of the land. It's so silent. So silent. Do 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 do. let's keep watching stuff while I'm working.
Near me. My friends would invite me out, but if
Is he something?
Responds after fans noticed Ms. Kiff buying.
Oh, the massive day from the unemployed is kind of like muted.
Responds after fans noticed Ms. Kiff buying
reasons.
ads on Asmon's YouTube videos. I didn't even know that there was a level that you could get to that was this low.
He paid Google money to put this ad on my YouTube channel. What is this gay What is he on this gay for? Why does he have all these gay thumbnails with Tectone?
Why is he paying to promote it? These are questions science can't answer.
So this was the ad that Ms. Kiff did for my YouTube. So he paid Google money to put this ad on my YouTube channel.
I'm Ms. Kiff. For over a year, people have been talking about my personal life like they were in the room. They weren't. I was. So I made a 45-minute video laying out exactly what happened with receipts. The people talking about it won't watch it. So I'm buying an ad. Don't take my word for it. Watch it yourself.
I mean, I understand that, like, this is pathetic and but there's a certain amount of me that, like, whenever I see a roach that gets cut in half and it's crawling up the wall still with half of its body gone, there's a part of me that respects that. And then I can make back the $100,000 of my money that you wasted by suing me for some bullshit.
And boy, oh boy, he uploaded another video titled My Life, and he's about to go demon time. Let's give it a check out. Anyway, the video is titled My Life, and the dislikes speak for themselves.
For the last 9 months, I've stopped going out almost entirely. The few times I do go out, I get reminded why. It's because I don't want to put the people who still stand by me in a position where they have to defend me or get looked at.
Hi there. Yuri. Sorry, the pause. Road. I'm still a little bit sick, but either way, yeah, like the Miskip stuff is really, really like. Here's the thing: like last time, like the Miskip stuff, like in last time in what again? Yeah, in Mugen video talking about Miskip. Okay, I kind of like already depicted like this guy. I kind of like somehow I know him well enough, even though I never watch him. The reason is like every single thing he do, I can see like how he become famous is just practically just like how you kind of like explain is kind of like he basically manufactured his own fame. Imagine like I have like something I do in my stream and then like people find it funny and then they make a meme out of it and then I see the potential of the meme. So I pay people to promote that meme. Get that? It's like half truth style kind of like entire workload. It's kind of like sometimes maybe not paying. It's like behind the scene, like like pulling the string and lots of stuff. Like he's that kind of person. I definitely like the moment like see some of his MO, I understand that he is that kind of person. And lo and behold, like I watched this video a little bit half before I just like like rewatch it now in live stream while I'm working. But yeah, proves my point. I said that like a few months ago, and now it proves my point. This guy literally pay people to watch his video, and also like pay ads to put on other people like a video on purpose. See? Like here's the thing, like Miskiff is definitely not. I wouldn't even say I am an entertaining person, okay? Like I would say like Miskiff is kind of like a cornball, a very insecure little bitch. I guess some people actually do watch it because of that too. But that is like him as a person. I can't even like argue any point that can kind of deny that fact. He is what he is. And if anything is did wrong to him, I will feel sorry for him. But he dug a lot of hole himself. That's how that guy works. It's like, you know, like the boy who cries wolf, and then like they lied so much that nobody comes to help him anymore when actual wolf come to him. Yeah, then this is his situations now. He manufactured like himself, like his fame, like so much. He's actually a really, really fake person's, like on the screen and behind the scene. So essentially, just ruin the entire aesthetic, friendship, this and that stuff. And he knows that. This is why he's so insecure about lots of stuff. And now everything just blew up in front of his face. Nobody wants to believe him. Even sometimes he does actually make some point. That's the sad part of it. Sometimes he does actually make some point. But we don't give a shit. Because he's a piece of shit. Like, if you give the world most terrible persons, like literally even Hitler enough time, like they will make some point. But he is a piece of shit. So nobody want to listen to him. That's that. That's a very important part about life. Don't be a piece of shit.
That sideways just for being near me. My friends would invite me out, but if someone new was coming, I'd always stay home. I don't want that person to judge me or judge my friends or sit there feeling a little awkward because I showed up.
There's a part of me that respects this. Like, this is so shameless.
I mean, this video is essentially a 27-minute whine fest. You could literally watch a full episode of Demon Slayer or, something good, Monster. I do, however, still think that him being called and labeled a racist is, a too far. I read that title in Borat, My Life.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And then he popped off on the drama channels.
But those people lie all the time, and you don't see it because they built a bubble around themselves.
Yeah, why he can state that so clearly because he does that too.
It's why the second this broke, every drama YouTuber sided with her immediately and pushed the story that I'm a monster. Because it's a business. Go against the narrative, Asmon doesn't react to your video.
I mean, fair enough, but even if I got by Epstein, I still wouldn't be paying for a YouTube ad to expose him. You guys forgot he was also paying people $10 to watch his old video, which I don't think he needs to do any of that. I'm 100% for this dude clearing his name and addressing the allegations and the misconceptions that happened between him and Emeru, but it feels like he's desperate.
So I'm not asking you to feel bad for believing it. I'm asking you to hear my side, the same way you guys heard hers. And to any of those slop YouTubers or YouTubers who are watching this, I've talked about this publicly for hundreds of hours. Emeru has talked about it for one. And while we're here, let's talk about Asmongold's hypocrisy for a second. Here's a guy who felt so terrible for Emeru that he made multiple videos helping destroy my entire life, willing to lie for her immediately. But when it came to the Sykkuno situation, in every situation like it, it's been the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to have.
Here's the thing. Sykkuno ruined offline TV reputations. That is offline TV reputations stuff to deal with. Asmongo's not from that size. He's from OTK. You ruined OTK. But even you are ex-OTK, you still can't technically carry the flag and ruin everything. But he is known for botting the shit out of his own stream. And still being insecure little bitch because he can't win any other people that tally with him. Especially his girlfriend, ex-girlfriend.
Have to come forward until Twitch maybe takes action about Miz, but I could imagine that it's
that's the thing, you can know why he perpetually pissed off. Mizkif is kind of the reason is he cheat, still lose. Anyone would piss.
it's probably a matter of if and not when, with so much verifiable evidence, in terms of holes in the wall, violence, on-camera things that he's done. There's so many things, right? And it's there's really nothing that's going to happen about this on Twitch's end. What are we doing here?
I mean, yeah, he is hypocritical because, he just doesn't like you, dude.
This was planned. This was not a finally having the courage to say something like she claimed it wasn't her stream by millions, and now you know. This has been in the works. This was not a spontaneous stream. But who exactly was involved in this? Who would ever do
Yeah, because you are long-time bad actors. Like, how do people build stuff up from you? It's because you are a long-time bad actor enough to have a shit tons of evidence on you. And you know that. You save up a lot of evidence yourself. If anyone decided to poke shit at you of all the shit you pull behind the scene, you immediately try to expose them. Do your demon time!
Something so horrible. Were there others?
Was it CIA? Was it Mossad?
There's a clip of Asmongold from October 17th, just a week before Emiru's allegations came out, gloating that he had already known Emiru was about to make an impromptu stream.
That's not why people don't want to collaborate with Miz. It has nothing to do with it. And he knows that. And also, it doesn't have a lot to do with Tectone either.
Crazy how he could see the future like that. Except he couldn't. He just already knew what she was going to do. Asmongold knew.
Does he know? And I gotta remind y'all that Mizkiff actually sued Asmongold and it ended up going nowhere, and I believe the case was dropped.
That using a law that's meant to protect victims when you're the one who is being accused didn't work. What a f***ing weasel.
Yeah, also, like, here's the thing.
Except
This
he
one-
couldn't. He just already knew what she was going to do. Asmongold knew.
Does he know? And I got
Yeah, no, of course he know. Like, here's the thing, if you guys don't know, when Mizkiff, like, sue OTK and Asmongold behind the scene, they actually, like, put, like, gag order that make Asmongold cannot talk about the video at all. Like, anything about the cases at all. Or, like, if, like, Emiru do any video, like, talking about it, like, he personally himself cannot react to the video. Because the gag order didn't let him do that. And Mizkiff's not the one who found it. And then he would just say, oh, why you don't respond to this? Oh, why you don't respond to that? Yeah, you make him unable to respond, and then you say it like that. Like, this is why people don't like him. Such a dick move to pull.
When you're the one who is being accused didn't work. What a f***ing weasel. What a little rat.
What a f***ing Weasley little liar, dude.
Wait, you actually paid for YouTube ads on this video? That's genius. You know what's funny? I did pay for ads on Asmongold's YouTube channel. I did.
I swear to God, this isn't my quality. It sounds like he's in Osama bin Laden's cave with Hassan.
Because I thought it was funny that the guy still won't watch Emmy's video and hasn't watched Emmy's video yet, and he won't do it because he knows that it would prove that he lied about everything, and it's just a huge lie.
Yeah,
so we're
this
just waiting
part,
on that. But yeah, he won't.
But yeah, he put a fucking gag order on him. Of course he can't do anything.
Do it, and he's not going to do it because he knows it proves everything he said was a lie. He admitted today that he isn't going to watch your video. That is so funny.
I don't really think it's that funny, but going on.
Like, imagine that. It's not even funny. It's pathetically sad. It's sad. It's like, the dude ruined my life on lies, and he won't watch the video that proves the truth. Right? It's like, you're willing to just sit there and listen to her lie constantly, pull up videos about me for months, and you are not willing to listen to the truth in the slightest. If we continue having guys like Asmongold, try to change the story and narrative, and continue to try to push down the idea that he didn't just fully go after me for like 5 full days on that.
Times are tough. I hear gambling in the background. He's picking up the booze. It's over.
I'm not gonna watch your 45-minute video of half-truths. How many times has Mizkiff presented something to the public and it turned out to not be the full truth and it was a misrepresentation? I think a great example is whenever he brought out all those DMs with me and he tried to invent a complete narrative that didn't exist. So why would I watch your video when you've proven yourself to be an unreliable narrator?
Again, Asmongold doesn't necessarily owe Mizkiff anything, and one of the big reasons I watched it is because I needed to pay my bills and I'm very poor.
Like, imagine that. It's not even funny. It's pathetically sad. It's sad. It's like...
How about this? I'll watch it whenever you lose your court case.
Even though Asmon is 55 years old, he's genuinely a cheeser.
How many people had anything good to say about you at all? Basically nobody. Like, you want to blame this on me? You poisoned the well with so many people. You damaged relationships with dozens of other creators.
Again, Asmongold is 55 and Miskiff's pushing 40, and this is the high school level drama they're in.
Like, how is it fair that she can go live and accuse me of this? It's totally fine to leave up there, but you remove this? Or what about the clips where people were trying to ruin my life with me getting mad at Senna and or anything else? But you remove this. Just change the title and do it again, chat. Change the title and do it again.
Dude, he's begging them, bro. I guess this is before he had, well, I wonder, was he paying people to post for him then?
Unk needs to learn delayed gratification. You know, if he just left the video up and let it speak for itself, people would have changed their minds. But now he's just doing all this stuff. He's looking much more desperate to, like, get back where he was socially.
I want to say this for the final part of the video. The video's been up for almost a week now, and I didn't know if it even hit 20,000 views. I didn't know.
Dude, you're a millionaire. You can live your fucking life off with that already. Just get off the internet. I know there are times that for me is that I don't earn a jack shit. I'm still in the internet. I think it's because I love to do this kind of stuff. But when I look at Miskiff, what he does, he loves streaming, but he can't stream. And he already burned the fucking bridge for him a long time ago. Like, imagine you love drawing, but you fucking like you fucked up the entire relationship with like any single art gallery scenes. Nobody want to receive your art. What the fuck you can do? The fuck you can do? Get it?
If content creators or people would even look at it, to the point where I actually did a clip campaign for clips. And I made sure when I did that it was only factual things from the YouTube video with nothing else. And if they did anything else, they are not getting paid. And I told them that very bluntly from the second I put out the ad. But I didn't know if that video would even crack 20,000 viewers. Nothing like this has ever happened before. No one's ever had a big girl streamer make such crazy allegations, and she was the one that everyone loved, and she was lying. I didn't know what was gonna happen, because that video was everything. If that video didn't go anywhere, I lost.
Let me channel my inner empathy, and I guess his explanation makes sense, and the fact that he even explained it is valid.
I don't have the voice I once had. I questioned if this video would even hit 20,000 views. So seeing a shift actually happening this past week has meant the world to me, but it's just a small shift. There's still so much to do and so much more that needs to be said, because when this story first came out, it got pushed to the limits. And so many people still don't know the truth. And so many people don't know how much she truly lied. And the people that were around her.
I guess we'll see how the court case will go with Emeru, because the emotional truth argument was an L.
You sided with someone who lied about crimes, and you helped spread lies about them. You walked with her on this, so keep walking. But Pokimane, I do miss you. Call me.
I know, math is hard.
And before I get to what's next, I want to say one thing plainly, because I believe it's more important than anything else in this video. Anyone who lies about being assaulted or physically abused needs jail time.
He's so Twitch-brained, he had to quote some random black Twitch streamer.
What about Asmongold? He defended her from the start, threatened me for months before it came out, said I should be permanently banned after she went live, and watched every video, and gloated about how he knows more than anyone else and is known for quite some time.
Who cares about Asmongold, bro? Just focus on Emeru and clearing your name in the serious stuff.
Miz is buying ads to put on Asmon's channel. So this is, you can look at this right here. Paid.
Like I say again, like no matter how right he is actually in reality, you act like a little bitch. Everyone don't like you being like a little bitch. That's the sad part of reality, man.
For Matthew Masranino. Isn't this?
And the continuous action that he does doesn't really help him a single bit at all. I do sympathize with him, but he is dumb. Like, that guy self-sabotage him, like, so much to the point. Like, who the fuck is his PR manager? Does he have a PR manager? Does he actually hire anyone at all? He wastes so many money to do stupid shit.
this harassment by this point? No, I think it's funny. Everybody has their freedom of speech. He didn't agree with that. He didn't think that everybody did have their freedom of speech. He learned that they did. So this was an educational process. Cost me $100,000. This educational process about the First Amendment. And to be fair, this could be a person impersonating him. No, it's him. Oh my God. Ads Transparency Center. Legal name, Matthew Misrandino.
I'm just gonna call a spade a spade. Even though we heard Miskiff's explanation and wanting the video to be seen, this does look pathetic to anyone watching.
He's paying people to watch the content. If you can watch the full video and like and comment, I will give you $10 cash for watching the video. Paying people to fucking interact with it. Earn tickets for liking, commenting on, and watching Miskiff's posts and videos. Paying Google to show it.
He just needs a chill pill.
Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
So let's pause and talk about Emaru saying she cleared her computer literally the day after she went after Miz.
2 new computers. My other computer is gone. I gave it back to Starforge and they...
Because I just got a new computer because it was hacked before, haha, right? Doing this like the day after, or a week after the lawsuit was filed is kind of, yeah.
And this is Hassan we're talking about, so you know he does his research thoroughly.
They wiped that shit.
This doesn't prove that she's guilty, but it definitely doesn't make her look innocent, is what I'm trying to say.
Yep.
Whoa, Asmongold's Frogan chimed in. And holy moly, Asmongold's Frogan chimed in.
Anybody?
Dude, that's like calling him the N-word. You can't do that. Bro, like that's... Honestly, just call him the N-word. That's just bad, bro. Like,
we do a little bit of trolling.
This guy is so obsessed with me. He has gone to Google to put ads of him kissing me on my videos. So if you watch a Tectone video, you have like a 13% chance to see an image of Miskiff kissing me on the cheek on the set of Steak and Eggs.
Miskiff, you have crossed the line. I would never cheat on my Genshin Impact baddies. I straight up goon max to them every day.
I've on a Nami figure 1 time, and then once on a Boa Hancock figure.
41-year-old man, by the way. Asmongold's Mike from PA chimed in.
Oh, you little That's how I know you watch my You downgraded me to Mike from PA from Frogan. That's some cold-blooded
Okay, pause. If you made it this far, you're genuinely You've already wasted so much time, so at this point, why not waste even more by subscribing? I feel bad for Miskiff because bro needs to just focus on his case with Emaru instead of doing these side quests with Asmongold, Tectone, and yada yada, because at the end of the day, it's just obvious to everyone watching that he wants to get back to his old life and get his collaborations back. I don't think paying for Google ads is the play, though.
We're bucking the trend for a moment here. Here's a body cam that is not a fake cop. This is not a LARPer in any way, shape, or form. That's not to say that I've beaten the addiction to those body cams. I am still very much in that whirlwind, but we did take a brief respite to just look at a wacky one from the other night that I wanted to share with you here. One that I looked into a little bit and couldn't find any additional information on, so it leads me to believe that this was just a one-time thing where dude must have been having a real bad day. Saw this wild body cam. Simple doctor's visit ends in disaster. Has the nicest cop I've ever seen. It's so odd. The title sounds very familiar, but I guess not, because I feel like I would have remembered this guy. He's got like a battle pass skin on.
How are you today, sir?
Why do you want to know?
Well, I'm just trying to get to know you. I want to make sure you're okay.
Oh, okay.
The reason I'm here is the staff called. They were concerned about you, so they sent me to come and check on you.
Okay, I'm fine. You can
Officer's talking like Mr. Rogers at him.
Is there a reason you have a general antagonistic disposition towards me?
Yeah, because you 2 goons have come here specifically to try to incite a physical incident with a person who's had a heart attack last week.
What?
And I don't think that's a very good thing, and I don't like that.
That's quite the assumption.
Very disruptive, and
Did they come in wearing like boxing gloves or something? You guys are here solely to beat me up. You have been called here because you want fisticuffs.
Folks would step back.
Why do you think that?
Because of your body posture, because of the way that you're acting. I take offense to it, and I think that you should stand back.
Hello.
Another step or two would be good.
Right in. Perfect. This is a little information we have on him because he was a new patient, but he came in and he was very.
I take offense to it, and I think that you should stand back.
Hello.
Another step or two would be good.
Right in. Perfect. This is a little information we have on him because he was a new patient, but he came in and he was very argumentative. He's playing his guitar while we were
playing his guitar. He's a bard. He's a traveling bard.
Called her mom, another person, and then he told.
If I'm not a threat to you.
Did you have any type of interaction with them or anything like that that was negative?
I was invited to come here and play my guitar. Apparently, I was playing the rap music they like or whatever, but they decided they wanted to make an issue out of it after being told specifically that I could come here.
Okay.
I had a heart procedure, and they're trying to figure out if this is healthy or not.
Okay.
Playing the guitar?
I play guitar, so I have to play the guitar so that we can see. I drove all the way here in 85-degree heat.
Wait, what?
After having a cardiac event.
I'm so confused. Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. So he had a heart procedure. And he's claiming now he was invited to come play guitar here to see if it's healthy for him to keep playing guitar. So like what, a concert? He's doing like a music festival here in the waiting room? I feel like the answer would be, yeah, it's probably fine to keep playing guitar. Right? Like, it's... I can't imagine that being a huge strain, unless you're doing, like, fucking headbanging and on stage performing. Like, outside of that, you're probably fine just to be hitting the blues.
Last week.
Must be a very bad guitar player.
Yeah, last week. Would you prefer to have me have a heart attack? I'm not a physical threat.
I would strongly encourage him to be evaluated in the ER for mental health, but he can't come back here unless he's treated. Okay.
That's fair. I think that makes a lot of sense.
So why do you have to provoke me by standing close and leaning?
I understand you were here for a follow-up appointment from your heart issue. Is that accurate?
I don't have anything to say to you.
Okay, well...
Okay.
Well, I think just old people being cranky.
Early, and I'm waiting for my appointment.
Okay, well...
That's all you're going to get out of me. Have a nice day.
Well, they would now want you to leave, so I'm just here to assist with that. So...
Go for it.
Okay, are you ready to go?
You know what? You're going to have to physically hurt me.
Well, we don't...
Well,
There's
that's...
got to be a way we can avoid that. It seems completely unnecessary.
The cop sounds like fucking Ned Flanders. No, I mean, surely that can't be called for, right? That can't be the only path here. No, absolutely not.
Why don't you go back and
He does seem nice. He does seem nice.
I think that we can probably come up with a solution together.
Yeah, I think so too.
So based upon whatever interaction you had with them, they're no longer willing to see.
I'm going to sit here for a while.
Unfortunately, that doesn't sound like it's an option because they want you to leave.
You're going to have to pick me up and take me out.
Oh, there's got to be a way we can avoid that. You seem like a reasonable man.
I made a 80...
It legit sounds like it's okay to feel sad, that kind of thing. I've never heard anyone talk like this. It's like equal parts soothing and almost sinister sounding. I don't know. Like
this is why Homer Simpson doesn't like Ned Flanders.
He seems like a nice guy, but man, it really is like a very interesting way that he is communicating with this guy here. It's like he's talking to like an animal that he's trying not to startle. You know what I mean? I honestly thought he was going to start doing like baby talk, you know, like, oh, but what about the airplane? That kind of stuff. It was fascinating because you have someone that is steaming and then you have the exact opposite. The legit Zen master just standing there like, oh, well, that can't be right. Oh, come on, man. Like, almost ASMRing it.
Well, with them being in control of the facility, it's kind of like their property. If they want someone to leave, we have to help facilitate that.
How about this? How about this? You sit here until I feel good and ready to leave.
Well, we're here to help everyone.
Oh, baby.
What about we get an ambulance to come and take you somewhere to get treated?
I don't care what the fuck you do. I ain't moving until I feel good enough to leave.
Well, ask him to play some music. That'll cheer him up.
Okay.
you have an appointment here?
He came here to play guitar.
Does that leave us with two options? Either he leaves voluntarily, or they want him trespassed out of here and he goes to jail.
He's a reasonable man. I think we can avoid option 2. Neither. The only other option we have would be
AI Stream B. Sponsor you by Twitch.
completely avoidable.
Let me think about it.
Take some time.
All right.
Option
I'm
A.
going to take probably about 45 or 50 minutes to think about my decision.
So option A would be you simply leave and you're not in any trouble with anyone. And option B.
Oh, you're going on his Facebook group. You're going on his Facebook group. Get ready.
That's got to be something we can avoid.
Yeah. I believe I'm in the market for some legal services. I have 3 goons standing over me, mirroring and trying to provoke a physical incident. They invited me to come over here and play my guitar because it's my wrist that was injured with the heart cath procedure.
Ah, okay.
I make sure that everything's okay with the wound, and they said, yeah, fine, that's fine, just come up. They were looking forward, they said yesterday, to me coming over here. I know, I'm rambling, but anyways, they now told me to leave, and I don't feel like leaving. So,
the lawyer. I'm not sure if you guys could hear that, but he said you guys are fucked. He said that I've got a slam dunk case against you guys because of this, so I highly recommend you leave. That's just my lawyer's advice. You don't have to follow it, but you could also sit here and listen to my concert. Thoughts?
Whatever you want to do. I'm going to take 45 minutes to just kind of rest and see how I feel, and then we'll decide if I leave then or not.
Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to give you that much time, unfortunately.
Can I give a 65-year-old guy with a heart attack a chance to make it out alive, or you want to hurt me?
I don't want to hurt you at all.
I'm hoping that we can resolve this peacefully.
I'm hoping we can resolve it peacefully in about 45 minutes.
Because we've got an ambulance that can come up with a cop.
Why, though? But, like, why, bro? You've just been in here hooting and hollering. Why do you want to stay? Like, go home. Or just not, like, go into the lobby and, like, play the guitar for the guests coming into the facility.
Max, this is the doctor who's in charge of the premises, and if this man does not vacate the premises now, he's banned from here. If he doesn't leave, he wants to pursue trial.
This guy seems pretty big. Like, this guy is he's kind of yoked out. Like, the way he talks, so mild-mannered and, like, soft-spoken. I was expecting to be, like, an older guy, but he seems young-ish and in good shape. He's got, like, paladin build.
You gonna let me think about it?
No.
No, you have 60 seconds.
They want you left. They want you out of
I
here.
can't think about that 60 seconds.
Okay, well, the time to leave this building is now. They've made it clear.
Okay, let's go.
You've been clearly told. You've been clearly told that you are immediately to vacate the premises.
I'm ready to go.
Damn, he does his own stunts too. Holy.
Say or do that would convince you to simply walk out peacefully?
I don't think I can, because I had a cardiac event.
You can take a few minutes outside. You need to leave this building now.
Drag me out.
Get up and act like a grown-up.
This is a grown man.
Get up and walk out.
All right, sir, you're under arrest.
This is a grown-ass
I gotta
old
put you in
man.
handcuffs. Do you have any weapons on you? Watch your head. Where's your pocket? I don't want anybody to get hurt.
Damn, he got the Lone Ranger, bro.
You don't know where it is? Is it in your pocket?
They're about to cuff up the Lone Ranger. When does the madness end?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
He keeps saying, "Come and get me." When they actually get you, he said, "Leave me alone."
He's still ASMRing it.
Let's get your other arm and then we can get you sitting up, okay?
I can't move.
Yeah, you can. Just relax. I got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be good for his wrist, unfortunately. It was unavoidable, though. They gave him no chances to leave.
Just relax.
Put your hand behind your back.
What? Kink handcuff? Kinky handcuff.
He's not kicking. He's trying to pluck the guitar.
I will not tell anything to anyone until I get a mask on my face.
Okay.
And I get my glasses.
You got your mask right here.
There you go. And your glasses.
He has to keep his identity a secret to protect the ones he loves.
You want it to be easy, we can just give me up and I'll walk out.
All right. Wait, you're willing to walk on your own power? 1, 2, 3. All right. Hey, Mike.
How you feeling right now, sir?
Do you have a medical condition that you need immediate attention for, or are you ready to go to jail right now?
Hospital.
For what?
We have to tell them what you're going for. What are you going for?
They don't just let people
Lack
in.
of good music because they stopped him from playing his guitar.
Feel right.
You're still under arrest. Your property's going to go back to the jail. You can come back to the jail when the hospital clears you, and you'll get your stuff then. Sound like a plan, Brian?
You.
Easy. There's ladies here.
Them too.
No, come on. Settle down.
Uncalled for.
What we're doing, criminal trespass. Yep.
You know what day it is today?
You day.
Well, checkmate.
Love that day. Hey, Brian.
I'm refusing any
What an
treatment
adventure
for you.
this was, Brian. What an adventure.
Idle step. Is that what the idle step is? Different. That's a wiggly knees. No. それがアイドルステップなの。なんかちょっとしてるアイドルステップたちが。ちょっと違うかな。かわいい。It's like a tambourine. What's cheerful?
How about I call her for you? Oh, B-Bots!
How do we know which one's B? I mean, they all look alike. Not cool, Sonic.
A battle! He's not like you, Sonic. He's just a guy.
Wait, seriously? I only took him to the battle because you people...
You people? How about I call her for you? Oh, B-Bots!
The humble worm may be one of the most overlooked characters in the entire game. Though they may seem powerless and pathetic, in reality the worm faction has access to some of the rarest, most extraordinary special abilities in the game, and can be a nightmare to play against. But which worm builds are dominating the meta, and which are just bait? Find out in the worm tier list. But before we dive into the rankings, what even is a worm? Even though they're the most numerous creatures in the game, technically there's no such thing as a single, all-encompassing worm faction. Worm builds are actually part of several different, distantly related factions, but there are many similarities they share. All worms have long, tube-shaped character models with minimal or non-existent appendages, enabling them to weave in and out of tight spaces easily. Simple as it may be, this has proven to be one of the most reliable body plans in the history of the game, as worms have been in the game since pretty much patch 1.0. As far as base stats go, worms are not particularly stacked. Now, credit where it's due, because of their excellent regenerative perks and uniquely advanced burrowing abilities, they do score pretty high in both vitality and stealth. And there are exceptions that score high in other stats as well. But in general, they have below average base stats in almost every skill. With simple brains, no weapons, no armor, and no legs, the average worm is pretty lacking in their intelligence, power, defense, and mobility stats. The exceptions are where it gets interesting though, so without further ado, let's dig into the tier list. First in F tier, the Ice Worm. This build takes the burrowing capabilities of the worm in an unconventional direction, and opts to dig through glaciers rather than solid earth. This is a pretty unique gimmick as it grants them completely uncontested access to glacial algae as a food source. But unfortunately, it seems like unlocking the ability to burrow through ice must have cost all their evolution points, because the Ice Worm has some pretty glaring flaws in its strategy. First, the Ice Worm's stealth stat is abysmal. Its jet black appearance offers zero camouflage against the icy white surroundings, making them extremely easy for birds to spot from above and pick off. A few extra points into snow camouflage would go a long way here. And the second flaw, ice worms ironically have almost zero freezing resistance or heat resistance. They die immediately if temperatures drop below freezing, and melt if temperatures rise to even a few degrees above freezing. Luckily, due to a quirk of the game's physics engine, the temperature of glacial ice is fairly stable at their exact Goldilocks zone. But as we've seen lately, relying on glaciers as a stable habitat is quite the gamble. It wouldn't take too much to make this build completely broken, but for now, it's the lowest ranked worm on this list. Also in F tier, we have the Earthworm. Yes, it's true, the archetypal worm everyone knows and loves is a low tier. Earthworms have terrible stats. It has no offensive moves, no armor, and isn't quick enough to rely on speed to escape attacks. What's worse, even the one special ability Earthworms are believed to have is a bit overrated. Earthworms, like most worms, can regenerate from damage and potentially even survive grievous wounds, if they manage to get away. But that's a big if. Most builds that spec into high passive health regen also tend to spec into the Autotomy perk as well. This perk allows the user's appendages to break off if grabbed, allowing them to escape a grappling attack. This is a costly ability and one that I normally don't speak very highly of, but situationally it can be extremely clutch. Earthworms do not have this perk, and so when attacked, they often cannot do anything except tank the damage and try to burrow away. If that doesn't work, they're completely out of options. In D tier, we have the Leech. As the literal namesake for the term used to describe deliberately being carried by the rest of your team, I actually think leeches are done a bit dirty. Yes, many leech players do fit the description, attacking a player in a higher weight class and just coasting off the free XP. But there are plenty of leech players who play an honest, active hunting strategy and have to fight to survive, same as any other predatory build. Like most other aquatic builds, they thrive off of their strong matchup against low tiers like frogs, and spawn camp them mercilessly. Leeches share the same garbage base stats as most other worms though, and with lackluster defenses and mobility, they still get one-shot by fish, birds, and snakes all the time. Frankly, the parasite strategy might actually be the less viable of the two, as leeches are not well protected at all when attached to a host, and can easily get picked off by perceptive players. In C tier, we have the Horsehair Worm. This nematode takes the burrowing proficiency of the worm faction and uses it for an unorthodox purpose, burrowing into flesh. Horsehair worm players opt for the parasitoid game plan, infecting their hosts when they drink from contaminated water. Infected. It then uses its burrowing ability to pierce the digestive tract and hide out in the insect's circulatory system, leeching XP from it as it continues its playthrough relatively unimpeded. But once the worm reaches its max level, it activates its special ability Mind Control to change the insect's quest objective marker to the nearest body of water. Once the insect player self-destructs, the worm burrows out of its body and continues with the rest of its playthrough. This strategy is incredibly effective and requires very little technical skill, as once you successfully infect a host, you can farm XP entirely AFK. Mind Control is one of the most powerful abilities in the game, and it's shocking the devs gave it to a random worm build. Still, as with any parasitoid playstyle, the main downside is that your survival is tied to that of your host, so if you pick a scrub, you might get one-shot when they accidentally wander too close to a spider's den. And this isn't just a hypothetical. In fact, in some servers, the fish player base is literally reliant on janitoring the self-destructing players. Still, at least by being an internal parasite, they don't run the risk of being picked off like the leech does. In B tier, we have the fireworm, a marine build with excellent defensive stats. Fireworms have toxic spines, which inflict serious damage on any player dumb enough to attack them. This effect is powerful enough that even large tank builds cannot just eat the damage, and will learn quickly not to mess with them. Unfortunately for fireworm mains, because their spikes are small and fragile, they cannot pierce thick chitin or keratin armor. This means any player with a thick exoskeleton can completely negate the fireworm's defense, and crush them like they would any other worm. Some fish mains have also spec'd into the beak attribute in order to be able to do the same thing. Parrotfish and pufferfish are a huge problem for builds that rely on defensive abilities, as their powerful beaks can crush armor and don't take damage from poison spikes. So, fireworms are untouchable to a lot of players, but there's enough counterplay prevalent in the meta right now that I can't give them a high tier rank. Also in B tier, we have the tube worm. Of all the lazy AFK XP farming builds in the game, there isn't a single one that goes to as extreme of lengths to do so as the tube worm. The tube worm has crazy high toxic damage resistance, not because it needs to tank venom damage, not because it preys upon builds that use poison for defense. No, the tube worm needs toxic damage resistance because its strategy is to set up shop next to deep sea hydrothermal vents and basically eat the sulfur jetting out from them. It absorbs hydrogen sulfide using its plume, and because of a special team-up ability they have with bacteria, they're actually able to use that as an XP source, meaning they don't even need to really eat at all. They don't need to find food, they just constantly absorb the noxious sulfur spewing out of these vents. Because the sulfide turns water around these vents toxic, the tube worm doesn't have to worry about attacks from predators. They do, however, have to worry about the vents shutting down. Hydrothermal vents do not last forever, and when they go dark, or erupt into lava flows, it's GG for entire colonies of tube worms. An incredibly effective XP farming technique, but like a lot of these types of strats, it works until it doesn't. In A tier, we have the Velvet Worm. This build has even worse defensive stats than the other worms, as it doesn't have the same slime coating that the others do. However, it makes up for it by converting that slime ability into one of the most unique abilities in the game, a projectile attack. The Velvet Worm can fire a glue-like slime from its papillae. This slime attack deals no damage, it's not toxic, and doesn't hit with near enough force to be threatening on its own. However, the slime is sticky and hardens quickly, debuffing the target's speed stat and potentially even completely immobilizing it. This slime is extremely strong once hardened, similar to Spider Silk in terms of what it's capable of immobilizing. Even builds with vastly higher power stats are not safe from being essentially frozen by the Velvet Worm's attacks. Now, while this is no doubt a powerful ability, it has plenty of limitations. It is woefully inaccurate and will struggle to hit smaller or evasive targets consistently. It is also relatively short-ranged, only being able to hit targets a few body lengths away. And because it doesn't deal any direct damage, even if the Velvet Worm manages to pin down a build like the Centipede or Scorpion, it'll still be taking on considerable counterattack risk when it tries to approach. And last in A tier, we have the Bobbit Worm. This build is easily one of the most terrifying things not just in the Worm faction, but in the entire game. The Bobbit Worm is a mid-sized benthic worm build which can burrow up to 10 feet deep into the ocean floor. However, unlike most burrowing worm builds, the Bobbit Worm is not a scavenger. It's not burrowing to look for food scraps or to escape predators. No, the Bobbit Worm is an ambush build. It lies in wait, and as soon as another player wanders close enough to its burrow, it strikes, using what may genuinely be the most wicked pair of mandibles in the entire game. These powerful jaws inflict devastating damage, while simultaneously hooking into their target so that it can be dragged down below the ocean floor, never to be seen again. Now, despite their ferocity, I don't want to overhype the Bobbit Worm. Though they are menacing, skilled players can play around their threat range pretty easily. Their low perception stats make them pretty inaccurate when lunging towards their targets. Their attacks are deceptively slow, and as long as you position yourself even slightly above the seabed, they should be reactable and easily dodged. Skilled fish players have even been known to drive Bobbit Worm players out of their territory by teaming up and mobbing their burrows. This requires a successful perception check with a pretty high DC, but if your party is competent enough, you really shouldn't have to worry about Bobbit Worms that much. Despite being easily the most terrifying build on this list, The Bobbit Worm's poor frame data and predictable game plan keeps it out of the higher tiers. And in S tier, we have the Hammerhead Flatworm. Flatworms are the solo hunters of the worm faction, and the Hammerhead Flatworm is one of the best at it. They're faster than other worms,
I'm a
which
streamer for
isn't saying
10
a lot, but
years.
still
I
it's
know
relevant.
better. I won't
They
really.
possess
I
a
won't randomly add
devastatingly
new
powerful
people.
neurotoxic slime, the same toxin found in pufferfish and blue-ringed octopus, which they employ both offensively and defensively. But their most recognizable feature, their wide, flat head, was a bit of a gamble in terms of how they spent their evolution points. By speccing into the Hammerhead attribute, these flatworms sacrificed their ability to dig efficiently. But in doing so, they greatly boosted their perception stat. Similar to the Hammerhead shark, the flatworm's hammerhead is loaded with chemoreceptors, enabling the worm to track down prey by following its scent. In addition to their toxic defense, flatworms are the best regenerators in the game, able to heal all the way back to full health even when cut into tiny pieces. They can really only be permanently defeated by non-physical damage, such as dehydration, salt, acid, that sort of thing. Because it's borderline unkillable through conventional combat, the Hammerhead Flatworm is the only worm build to achieve the rank of S tier. The Hammerhead Flatworm's excellent tracking abilities ensure that even without eyes, it knows exactly where it's going. And even though I do have eyes, to be totally honest, sometimes I still get lost while exploring the internet. Or at least I used to, until I started using today's sponsor, Opera. Opera is my new main for the internet meta, as it's stacked with tons of powerful abilities other browsers wish they had. Here are some of my favorite ones. For keeping myself productive and avoiding getting sidetracked, I use Opera's tab features, like tab traces that leave subtle visual traces under my tabs, helping me retrace my steps at a glance. The darker the underscore, the more recently you visited the tab. This is super helpful and means I don't have to manually sift through all of my open tabs to find out where I just came from. And thanks to Tab Islands, I can group my tabs by project or theme, so all my animal stock footage clips stay in one place. Meanwhile, all of my travel planning stays in another. I can collapse and expand them as needed, keeping my workspace clean and clutter-free. I can even drag one tab down to activate the awesome split screen feature, which splits the window so I can work on two things at once without needing to switch back and forth between tabs or open a separate browser session. Look, I can reopen all of my research in a single move. Opera is also super customizable, so I picked a theme that I felt really matched the fantasy gaming vibe that I love. It even has sound effects. For me, Opera's best feature is its built-in music player, which I can detach to fully control my music without needing to interrupt my workflow. I can even use it outside the browser, so I can edit while listening to my tunes. Same thing applies for videos. With the video pop-out feature, I can detach videos while browsing or using another app on my computer. For example, I can watch an educational video while I do my research or answer my emails.
How many times I kind of have to like stop this thing? Oh no, this one is the actual one. But so many like fake documentary like out there. How to detect.
Zalavier Nelson Jr. is a peculiar microbe on the petri dish of game developers. Over the past year or so, he and I have become chill with it. We like each other's vibe. One day, I asked him to prove his love for me by letting me into the one place a YouTuber should never go, aside from a middle school, a dev studio. A Discord server, in this case. This was not something I expected him to agree to. He doesn't love me. Let an influencer off their leash for 2 seconds and they'll violate your privacy, your kids. This is where everyone he employs does their job.
Yeah, just so. I managed to finish my work. I kind of unable to like stream it because I have to do the rendering. It eats up like lots of like resources. Spent like 2 days didn't stream for like rendering, and then 1 day taking a break. Today I found out I kind of Lost 200 ringgit. If you guys don't know what 200 ringgit is basically like $50. So, yeah. Yeah. You want to know what happened? I'm too lazy to talk about it. It's like something I talk about in the front. I'm really running out of breath lately. I don't know why. Maybe I caught COVID. Who knows? But yeah, or I'm just getting fatter and fatter. I need to like exercise more at this point. Man, having breathing issues sucks. Also, I'm sick right now. I think I caught a flu. But I still have to work. Too bad. Not the richest person in the world. Especially when I lost 200. Which should be enough for this month, like, rent. Like, share rent with my family. And my phone bill and everything. I feel sad. I wonder the Discord, like, I sent a ticket about it. I wonder did they answer me? Oh, they told us that, like, someone actually used bank card, they still actually managed to get the money. So I'm not exactly hopeless yet. It's just the bank is like super fucking slow. Man, I fucking... But they still got a chance. Like, the chance is like still is better than nothing. It's funny that I can actually like see the response before YouTube actually like posts your response. But you guys are literally seeing like one, like one clap late. Yeah, I'm already like streaming in like ultra like low latency, but technically you guys are kind of watching me like maybe around a little bit 5 second in delay. Yeah. Like 5 seconds is a lot.
Job. Hell, even if he did let me into his habitat, you know how that usually goes. They show me the beta version of a thing that's clearly been polished to be shown off. Like, wow, looks amazing. Ice cream's so good. He did not do that. He and the team directed me to a project that doesn't even have a marketing plan yet. They give me completely unlimited access to their entire history of discussion. They don't censor anything. And I just have it. They tell me to tell the story. Just, tell it however you want. Like, sure, why not? Your name is Noodle. Nothing matters. Could have been premiered to the world. Jeff Keighley. This is stupid. He is stupid. I am stupid. We're gonna go places. You're going to see Bass Reeves Can't Die from its inception, before it looks fun, before it even makes sense. But trust me, when you see it come together, you'll get it. By the end, you'll feel exactly the same way the devs do about the thing. Speaking of which, hi Zalavier, how was clown school?
Clown school was great. A bunch of stuff I was already doing and didn't know was related to the clowning discipline. I was able to take that.
That's awesome, dude. Can you do something funny? How did you do that? How did you learn? How did you learn Bass?
I found a Bass Reeves children's book. I was a children's librarian. I was still underage myself. I was told by the local library that I would not be doing much more than helping them reshelve things. And within a week, I was handling people's social security numbers. So you know that your boy was popping, locking, and making things happen.
Wait, we both grew up in Texas. That's not the library I went to as a kid, was it?
I don't know. Was your social security number 8?
I find a book called Bad News for Outlaws.
Me too. Here's the book. It's not the only one. The man's a rabbit hole.
I got a glimpse into a man that went beyond exceptional. He was legitimately superhuman. He's the direct inspiration for the modern superhero and the Lone Ranger.
This man was a slave until he struck his master, at which point he ran away to escape death. After the Civil War, he became a deputy marshal, working mostly in the Wild West.
He only had killed 14 people, arrested over 3,000. He was never injured in the line of duty. He was known as the invincible marshal or the immortal marshal.
He cheated death constantly. Bullets grazed his saddle horn, tore through the brim of his hat, ripped buttons off his coat. Many indigenous people of the time believed he literally...
Imagine his stealth mission is flawless because, being very black and night. Stealth. Like, heck, I'm not even racist about this. This is legitly a trait. I have an Indian friend that does that shit to me. Like, the crap out of me multiple times.
Literally could not die.
He would go in disguise. He would pull off stratagems. This dude would lead even sometimes entire teams of people to investigate situations or capture criminals.
One time he rode up to an angry mob lynching a dude, cut the man down, threw him on his horse, and rode off. Never said a fucking word. He didn't need to. Nobody dared interfere. You don't fuck with Bass Reeves.
He is such a badass that when he retired, just became a sheriff of his little town. For 3 years, no one committed crime in the area because you don't fuck with Bass Reeves.
The more I learned about the man, the harder it was for me to believe he was a real person. But he simply is.
I had this entire conception of not really holding anyone up. A lot of people are flawed. A lot of systems are self-destructive in one way or another, if only because of human error. I don't have heroes. And suddenly Bass Reeves arrived, and very suddenly I had one. And ever since then, especially when I became a game developer, I kept thinking, what do I do? What do I do? What game can I possibly make that upholds his legacy?
I feel like now's a good time to clue you in. Satellite indie game studio Strange Scaffold, which abbreviates to... Okay, we don't abbreviate it, actually. Anyway, basically everyone except for Zalavier is a remote, part-time freelancer. This is the same studio behind cult hit El Paso Elsewhere, Game of the Year contender I Am Your Beast, Click Holding, Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator, Creepy Redneck Dinosaur Mansion 3. These are all real. Let's play a game. Bearing in mind that Bass Reeves was such a good marksman that he was banned from shooting tournaments so he'd stop winning all of them, what kind of direction do you think they would take a gamified story of Bass Reeves? Leave your vote in the comments. We'll come back to this. Okay, while that's going, let me introduce you to Colin.
Hi, I'm Colin.
This is Colin.
My favorite games are Oblivion and Glover.
Colin met Zalavir some years ago at PAX South when he made a video game, strapped it to his back, and wandered around the convention center dressed like a pig because he could not be fucked to pay for a booth.
Well, it was $3,000, and, you know, it was a passion project, and I really just wanted to make
hold
a
on,
game.
hold on. So Zalavir has this ailment where he thinks the Oblivion dialogue wheel is really good. He's had this condition for at least 7 years.
So Zalavir twat back in 2021 that he was making a game about the Oblivion wheel persuasion mechanic and called Bethesda cowards. The only way you could get me more on board is by saying it was a spiritual successor to Glover, so I agreed with him, and I said I wanted to make that game with him. Then he threateningly DM'd me asking how serious I was and to choose my words carefully.
Basically, I believe one of the objectively perfect gameplay systems ever invented is the Oblivion Persuasion minigame. That wheel that you could talk to literally every character for no reason, and get them to like you. I said that is a flexible framework around which an entire game could be built. This could be the way I tell the story of Bass Reeves. It's insane, but that's where my brain went.
Zalavir reached out to Colin on March 16th, 2022. On March 17th, they had a working prototype. Pretty cool.
I was not a professional programmer at the time, and I was just pretty sure I could do it. As soon as Zalavir was like, oh yeah, okay, you sound confident, I was like, boy, I hope I'm fucking confident. So I immediately started prototyping to see what I could do and if I could actually make the thing. And then once I had proven to myself that I could, I felt a lot better about the fact that I had just signed a contract to be paid real money to make this thing.
But where is that real money coming from, you ask? We don't know right now. This is not an easy game to pitch.
Imagine bringing that to an investor. You're pitching, we're going to honor the legacy of a person most people have never heard of by using esoteric game mechanics that are judged as confusing failures in the games in which they were seen.
Most investors would lay off 10 people right in front of you just for saying that. So the basic idea is that if getting funding for this game is going to be hard, we need to find as many ways as possible to minimize cost, because the less it costs to make the thing, the less you need to ask investors for, and the easier it is to make a return on investment.
It's set a lot of constraints early in the project that's saying, hey, this is a niche game, so instead of animations, we're going to have stilled images. We're going to have a hub screen / context inspired by old scholastic games.
So we need artists. Ben and Julia are longtime collaborators. Ben was saying cool things about the project before it was even real, so they're both in. And good fucking lord, not a bad couple of people to be laying the groundwork. Their styles are very different, but Zalavir decides that, no, that's actually good and to the point.
This is a lot of potential scenes we need to depict. Wouldn't it be cool if part of the way we'd play with the variety of Bass's life was by having different artists depict different parts of this world?
So he starts chucking ideas at them. They morph his words into sick-ass concepts, slowly at first, but before long, the team enters its flow state.
He brings this Bass Reeves character later, and I'm like, oh, this is a really interesting character whose story deserves to be told without the Oblivion wheel.
Another artist, Will, is brought on for additional backgrounds as well as the Steam banner.
I'm struck by the power of the silhouette you landed on in the bottom center.
RJ, resident scaffolding musician, starts drafting up ideas.
That was ragtime? I thought it was skeleton music.
Nelson, it's a detuned piano, but it is a piano.
It sounds like skeleton music, RJ.
Colin's productivity skyrockets considering he's part-time. He starts committing new features to the codebase at least once a week.
No. That's the selector auto-rotating.
Ah, so that's why the puzzle was so disorienting.
Yeah.
Well, why did we do that? What type of puzzle does that facilitate?
I did it because it was funny.
Also, he has a connection to Gangstagrass, a bluegrass hip-hop fusion band. They made the theme for Justified. They could be making music for Bass. So that's cool. Zalavir starts doing more research for the writing.
Before he'd enter a gunfight, he'd start singing softly to himself, upon which time people would start diving for cover because they knew it meant Bass was about to get spicy.
How is this man real?
Him and Julia meet up to discuss the camp scene.
Why I love meetings with Xalavir. Story time. And art time. Here is Xalavir's rendition of the Bass Reeves camp scene. I mean carp scene.
And the team quickly realizes that they need another artist to handle the bulk of the backgrounds.
Most of the background art was made by someone who's never worked an official games job before.
My friend was like, oh yeah, Sean's incredible. I was just like full-on stream of consciousing at him, and he was just like scribbling like a madman, and then just turned out these beautiful masterpieces. And I had found out that Sean was like looking for work through that friend, and I was like, well, that sounds like someone Xalavir could use. That sounds great.
My experience was kind of like Colin's in that I was really just kind of desperate to get into anything like this at all. So when I was allowed to do a test image for the game, first picture I drew was like a middle-aged man running after a horse in the desert. I had not drawn anything like any of this at all.
Hey Sean, this rips, and I am stoked that we're working on the same thing.
These look great.
I love the art. What program? What brushes? Tell
Try
me
to go
your
away
secrets.
with more evocative strokes and less detail to keep your sanity. That all said, again, this composition kicks ass. I think all three are ready for the next phase, Sean.
I think the test image went really poorly the first time.
My memory of Sean is him working extremely hard, whereas I was like doing stuff as quick as possible because I was very, very busy at the time. I remember seeing Sean's work and be like, man, this guy's working so hard on this.
We saw him soar and tell the story of Bass in a way that gave me new appreciation for the man by finding the best way to tell a story with others.
So I went to the grocery store. I bought a toy horse about this big. I set it on my desk. I took a picture with my phone, and I was like, all right, let's get it done.
Sean acclimates pretty quick. Him and the rest of the team are spitting out background art left and right. Look at this shit.
I've got the horse right here, actually.
In early April, Colin starts to share builds for everyone else to see. By mid-April, the design spec had been fully written. Bass Reeves Can't Die will play like Oblivion Wheel Mario Golf. Early May, campsite artwork is done. Mid-May, item system is implemented. Late May, Xalavir thinks he can land the game a spot in the Summer Games Fest issue of Edge magazine. Huge deal. World premiere. Can it be done? Jeff Keighley. Colin gives a confident maybe. Xalavir also grabs the interest of at least one investor.
It would have been better if I had grabbed their money.
He knew he should have grabbed their money.
And we did try that. The game just wasn't in a place where we could.
He didn't try hard enough. June rolls around, Colin's still at it. Implementation slows down a bit, but that's alright. Xalavir calls off the edge spot. Game isn't polished enough to show off to press. That's fine, we'll aim for next month. Besides, Colin's about to be between jobs, so he'll have a ton of time next week to work on it. Speaking of which, Colin is about to get a new job.
Planning on trying to get the core loop working by the end of next week on the off chance doesn't let me continue with side projects. I can't imagine a reason they'd turn me down, but since there are no guarantees, I'm gonna try to get the base game as complete as possible.
Once he starts the job, Colin, only programmer, decides it best to hold off on development until his employer's parent company tells him that it's okay to keep working at Strange Scaffold. A week goes by. A month goes by. He finally hears back. They said no. All right, we gotta take a break.
Yeah, shake that shit, dude. It's pretty good, right? Yeah. All right, we'll be right back.
Chicken.
So Colin gets a new job, and the parent company of the company that employs him now tells him that he cannot work on Bass Reeves. You've probably been wondering how Oblivion Wheel Mario Golf could possibly be considered a conflict of interest. I'd let Colin explain, but Colin has been contractually encouraged not to name the parent company in question.
That was what my leads told me. Their actual team basically just made jerk-off motions at me through email.
And that didn't stop him, so he is now being Noodle encouraged to shut the fuck up, Colin, because every time Colin name drops this company, I have to censor their name, Colin.
Yeah. But if we're being real here...
Okay, so sometimes cool companies that impose non-disparagement clauses will sometimes impose also a non-compete clause. Basically, it means that when you work a job for company, they can tell you not to work similar genre of job at other company. Sometimes, even after leaving the company. It's pretty fucking awesome. As of July, Colin is officially off the project. And with that, momentum grinds to a halt, because there is no programmer now. For a lot of games, this would be a cancellation. because there is no programmer now. Luckily for the team, Zalavir has connections to the underground shadow network of unemployed game developers, which is most of them.
Does that mean it's my turn to talk?
You were unemployed.
No, I was in school at this point. Like, I had worked an industry job, singular, but this time was like, oh, holy shit. This is like my in to this industry.
This was all happening very fast.
I don't know what happened in the orientation call, but all that I've got is me providing my full legal details, a screenshot of the game, and then a lot of pictures of Lightning McQueen.
But somewhere in that call, Zalavir familiarized Rhea with the ins and outs of the project.
It wasn't that I didn't think I could do it, but I was getting paid real money by a real person to make a real video game.
She says it was obvious, but by all accounts, she did a pretty great job of acclimating to the existing code and setting stuff up.
It was very naive, what I did. Full transparency. The first thing I worked on was I was asked to make the dialogue systems that would underpin the entire narrative. Nelson pointed me to a few really great tools. I was like, oh yeah, we use this in other projects and you should take a look at it. And I didn't. I was like, oh no, I've got this idea. I'm just gonna make it myself. And you know what? It worked. Except for when it didn't.
That is not a good thing to have to specify. Can you give an example?
Sometimes if you saved in the Unity editor in the wrong way, it would reset all of the character profiles and they would just be empty, faceless people again.
Was it because that was scriptable object based or what?
It was totally because it was scriptable object.
Yeah, so it probably wouldn't survive in my own layer.
Yeah, I don't know what to talk about either.
But it did make it really easy to write scripts in editor at the scale that our game ended up reaching, and I got praise for it, so I got a lot of confidence from that.
Like and subscribe for more moments of personal growth. Here is another relevant smile moment.
I did a bunch of the work in between classes, and so then sometimes someone would peek at my laptop, and I was so happy when someone peeked at my laptop and asked what I was working on, and I got to show them and talk about it. And they were interested, and they played it. I don't know if I was allowed to do that.
So yeah, she was inexperienced, but she was making it work. Hey, so Zalavir got this deal with Meow Wolf to make a new game for their thing. You want to be the lead programmer designer on that now instead?
Okay. Sure.
Bass Reeves is officially on hold now. It's not canceled, but you see, Strange Scaffold, run by Zalavir, who I cannot stress enough, did not grab the money earlier, does not have much money at this point. We haven't checked on him in a bit. What's he up to? I heard they're launching a new game pretty soon.
I would never teach a child to gamble. I would never do it. This game, Sunshine Shuffle, would never teach a child how to gamble. However, unrelated question. How long are you going to be showing this game to the kid in question? Because I can't be held legally responsible for I can't.
So the studio ain't liquid right now. Not much fluid to be seen. This is problematic because they were giving money to their contractors in exchange for work on the various games currently in production. On purpose. Don't they know anything? Fire 10 of them now? Half rations? The idea is that if they can make an Oblivion Wheel game for Meow Wolf, project titled Dreamfather Loves You, they can use all that tech that they've already built for the Bass Reeves, meaning it'll get done way faster. In exchange, Meow Wolf will give the studio money, which they don't have and need in order to fund other projects like the El Paso or the Bass Reeves.
I remember Nelson told me that I would be taking on a little bit of a design role on that project, and I was like, holy shit, yes. Yes. I want to do this. Yes. I was pumped.
This game was taken from idea to product within 5 months by a small team consisting entirely of part-timers, which IMHO, being TBQH honest, is pretty damn impressive.
There's like some subtle things that I was really, really happy with. The main menu screen and how it flickers with the UI and how after that it breaks your perspective a little bit. I was proud of being able to like say, oh, there's a lot of other people involved in it, but like, yeah, that's my thing I added to it.
Ray, did you ever see the final installation in person?
I did, like 2 weeks ago.
Oh shit! Damn it.
What?
I'm just mad we weren't talking about this like 2 weeks ago. I would have asked to tag along or something.
I mean, I filmed my reaction to it.
Oh. What if you sent me this, perchance even?
It's just me swearing a lot and then being quiet.
I don't care. That sounds funny.
What the fuck?
Oh shit.
With Dreamfather finally done, the team could once again set their sights on.
Let's fucking go!
Remember those 10 fired people? Colin was people. Yeah, we do callbacks in this script. Colin is such a unique specimen. He's been trying to leave this new job since starting this new job. He was out the second the parent company told him he couldn't make Bass Reeves.
After like a month of working there, I went to my boss and I was like, hey man, I don't have anything to do. I feel like I'm kind of just collecting a paycheck. And he was like, yeah, we're working on our onboarding, so you should probably just like keep collecting your paycheck.
His only legal requirement was to not do anything, and somehow he fucked that up. This guy wants to be paid, and he wants to do things. Who does this greedy bastard think he is? Look at his pantry. Look at all the rations. Look at his address. Look at his social security.
My senior technical designer, a guy named Chad, who is just the best. He was like really good at systems architecture inside Unity. He built like 30 systems by himself in the span of like 2 weeks. This dude was like absolutely fucking cracked. Again, very designer-focused tools, the thing that Xalavier was looking for with this project in general. And then there was me in the corner, like, messing with an IK system. And I was like, I did it with my Tinker Toys.
Yeah, just like looking over his shoulder every so often, like, whoa.
But it was sick. He code reviewed my stuff. He provided like very genuine, very actionable feedback on all my stuff, and like really just taught me how to architect things well in Unity. I basically got a crash course on how to do everything and more that Xalavier wanted for this project, totally by accident.
Colin's back. Ray is back. I'm back. Hi. Bass Reeves can finally begin production, and it is off to a great start.
Mrs. Reeves.
Is that who I think it is?
That depends on who you think it is, Mrs. Reeves.
I think I'm talking to the Almighty.
I am. I want to talk to you about your son, Mrs. Reeves. I'm making that boy into something special. Something that's going to be hated, and feared, and loved. Bass Reeves is going to be a name that matters until this world stops spinning for people who don't even exist yet. He is going to escape this life before he is even a man. He is going to sit before the heads of nations and speak my words in their language. He's going to be a farmer with a beautiful family. And then I'm going to make him something more. I'm going to make Bass Reeves the greatest lawman that's ever been. He is going to face men like the person who calls himself your master. He will show them my vengeance to come. And I will not let him die. That's my promise to you, Perla Lee Reeves. Your son will not die until he is done, and old, and content.
Will I see this happen?
Yes, you will. And you will see his end.
This is my last night with him before they take him away. Can you make tonight last just a little longer?
Yes, ma'am.
I am a liar. That's our target. We're not there yet. Right now, there's a problem. Best team does not yet have its fucks in a row.
It was just kind of slowly growing of like, I'm having a lot of fun working on this. I like what I'm working on, but I would not play this game. I would not want to play this game.
It was like we had an extremely functional and well-polished Oblivion wheel and really not much supporting it.
Like Dreamfather had finished everything we could have done with the direction that Bass Reeves was going to go originally. And then at some point, it just kind of cracked and I was like, hey, I got to say something about this.
And when you've already made that game, like, just using the Oblivion wheel, then we're kind of just making Dreamfather again.
It was just kind of not all that fun, actually. But it was, it was the problem.
So how do you think this conversation would go? Telling your boss that you think the game he's been paying you to make kind of sucks ass. Both sides pretty much agree on everything. The conversation couldn't have happened at a better time, actually, because Xalavir just grabs money from an investor. He did it. How's he doing, anyway? The money in question was prototype funding, which is exactly enough money for the studio to make a proof of concept. The idea is that if the investor likes what they see, they can choose to fund it to completion, basically right of first refusal. They've given 3 milestones to meet, effectively 3 deadlines for the team negotiated between Xalavir and the money people. If we want to get additional money and a chance to make the actual game, we need to meet these deadlines.
I'll be clear. If we use this full time, I will be very concerned as to what that means for the scope of the game and our total dev time/budget. I anticipate, given our goals and constraints, this total list should take us no more than 4 months total. This arrangement is unique in that if we finish these milestones sooner, they pay us sooner too.
We can make that work, right?
Oh, yeah, we can totally make that work.
These are fairly generous milestones. I'm confident we can easily hit this in very little time.
Okay, so Colin's back. Rhea's back. Bass Reeves can finally fucking begin actually.
So that was when the idea was to sort of go more in a WarioWare direction where we had these like different use cases for the wheel rather than just make a bar move.
Once we had gotten past the scary, ooh, we're changing design and into, okay, let's work within this design. Let's come up with ideas for it. This is where we started really like talking about design stuff together.
Yeah, and like programming and doing proper architecture.
And this is where you run into new problems, because Bass Reeves was always a solo programmer project. Colin and Rhea barely know each other, they'd never worked together before, and they had very different ways of thinking about code. Not to mention, Colin has another full-time gig now, so he's not able to dedicate as much time to the project as Rhea. Sometimes opposites work well together, but can they be yin and yang if they're both white?
I don't know about for Colin, but for me it was so much better.
Yeah, it was. Like, you know, it's one thing to see like, oh, narrative systems are being developed. It's another to be like back in the engine building shit and being like, oh, there's a whole layer of this game that didn't exist before.
Oh my god, it was so much fun coming up with all of these systems and ideas that we did.
Colin and Rhea decide together that they need to refactor the game. That is, rewrite a ton of code to accommodate the change in design. This takes a minute. While they chip away at rewriting most of the game, let's check on Xalavir. I hear the studio's hard at work on El Paso Elsewhere, which is kind of huge for them. How's that going?
So we fixed a glitch that's been in El Paso Elsewhere for like the past 6 months. We couldn't figure out why it was happening. And the basic reason that it's happening is that every time your character dies and the game resets, puts all the objects that got broken, all the enemies back in their proper places, the characters have to learn to walk again. And when that happens, Unity says, no, that's bad, and then crashes the desktop. So every time the player would die, but not every time, just some of the times, the player was supposed to be spawned back into the world, the game would just crash. 6 months.
Cool, so the rest of Bass Reeves' team steps back onto the art horse. The horse of art. It's like they never even slowed down. Look at this shit. Good God.
Sketch out the child's grave ragdoll scene.
Wow, Xalavir, that's really cool. What the fuck am I supposed to do with... Okay, well, you know what? Fuck me. Maybe I'm the stupid one. Bit of time passes. The refactor's not done yet, but it's going really well so far. According to Colin, they've just got a couple more things to knock out, and then they can really focus on the minigames. Xalavir takes a little break to cool off.
Hey, so I had to tell Nintendo for the third time, whether or not our new game, Sunshine Shuffle, enables child gambling.
Our team's still going strong.
Hey, new Sunshine Shuffle news. We just got banned for sale from the Republic of Korea. 5.5 hours before lunch.
Welcome back. Hope the break was as restful as it needed to be.
Did you see what happened?
Yes?
Our team is still going strong. Sean is he's going Hitler on it. Well, yeah, no, he's going Hitler on it if Hitler was a better painter. He's going Hitler on it if he was a better painter and he didn't do that other stuff. He's going crazy.
Yeah, I felt like that was pretty much my life for a while, was kind of just everyday ideation, sketching, and pooping something out. The pressure and the inspiration I felt from my fellow artists was so tremendous that I think everyone kind of feels the same way, where they're like, man, they really know what they're doing. And on the inside, you're like, fuck, man, what am I doing?
Sean should believe in himself more. Hitler didn't like his paintings, and look where that got him. While the team is deep in the mines, Milestone 1 starts to loom overhead, and around this time, the money men start to ask for an update.
We're basically there. We just got to build a few scenarios, squash some bugs, and playtest a bit.
Okay, yeah. If we're basically already there, just getting in 2 to 3 test cases and a build that has this bar-filling minigame playable on a background with minimal juice lets us fulfill this milestone and get paid for it earlier.
Unfortunately, Rhea is away for a bit, so Colin has to pull everything together for the milestone. He's got another full-time gig, remember, so his hours are properly limited, but he's making time wherever he can. Deadline rolls around, he submits a build right on time. I mean, it works, but I'm trying my best to figure this out, but there's no tutorial, and I don't know, it's simultaneously kind of obtuse and simple once you figure it out. There's no strategy here. This isn't the best impression you could give an investor. It needs some work. I'm giving this one a CinemaSins ding for not good enough. But that's okay. It's all right. The delay will be worth it to juice up the game a bit. Rhea gets back, God is good, Colin catches her up, and a week later, we've got another build. This one's got punishment for bad choices, improved controls, color-coded feedback, rebalanced scenarios, bug fixes, and, earlier this week, Gangstagrass sent in a demo track. The game has music now.
Big old bass about to be your last. Better make like a tumbleweed and blow on past your crimes. Only about to pay with time.
Thank fuck. God is good. Poland is safe. It might not look all that different to the girl reading this, but trust me, as the guy playing this, night and day. But, I don't know, night and 4 a.m. White moms are waking up. Zalavir sends the build off for approval. The team keeps working. Weeks go by. The team keeps working.
And got disapproved.
Milestone approved!
Ray and Colin are now working perfectly together, splitting up and sharing tasks as needed. Refactor's still going strong. Ray just needs to knock out a few more things and it should be done. I hear Zalavir's been really pushing himself lately. How's he holding up?
Y'all watch out
And
for
I
that
want to
sheriff.
work on the game too.
She don't have your best interests in mind. She needs a warrant to check that Minecraft
I've been having
stone
this
you got.
horror
You
game
don't have to
in
show her
my brain for a very long time. I never able to make it because I'm not a programmer. I'm more like a mechanic designer. Basically, my main job is talk shit. At least Zalavir, this person, he know how to talk to sponsors, this and that, this stuff, get the money, get shit done in the paper route way. Yeah, I can't do jack shit.
Nothing. Y'all got rights, okay?
As the programmers refine the new internal systems, they and Zalavir begin spitballing new minigame ideas. Hence the WarioWare.
Hey, there's only one slice on this wheel and you have to chase it around. Or Rayo is gearing up to build a whole rhythm game version.
Oh, I cannot fucking wait to talk about that one.
But it totally worked with the changes we had made.
My general idea is I want to make it so that the wedges kind of move towards the wheel instead, and then just have it so the player has to use the established control scheme to hit them somehow I haven't started it yet. The refactor's more important, but we'll see when we get there.
And as this change in direction was pushed further and further, the art started to reflect those changes.
I started doing scenarios with movable parts. It's like the same asset would like move around.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Gallery one.
I also did some stuff for a mini game too, which was like the finding like clues at a crime scene.
The feeling I got when I saw art for the rhythm game idea was like unparalleled. I just felt still a little scared, but holy shit. There was just so many ideas just floating around from all members of the team. Colin would throw some, I'd throw some, Nelson would throw some. I think some people on the art team would throw some out. And now instead of it being, at least for me, I was like, yeah, I'm working on this thing for someone. It was, we are working on this game together.
The second milestone's deadline comes and goes. But hey, Refactor is, well, it's not done. It's very close. It's coming along. And the results look very promising. We on that 5:30 a.m. shit. White moms are jogging.
This refactor's really nice. I just made a new game type by like changing one option.
Oh, I'm so glad. That was the hope.
I made a button masher that I was like, what if I just made it rotate again? And now it's a chase the wedge type thing.
Yeah,
hell yeah!
2 days, 6 scenarios, 1 new UI element, and a few bug fixes later, the Milestone 2 build is ready to go.
This is coming together so well. Amazing work, Rhea. God damn, when we get the scenario data fixed, it's going to be so easy to build these out and make them super cool. I'm pumped.
Okay, not sure if it's my aspect ratio, but the words of the wheel are misaligned. Also, if you fail a scenario, you don't lose health. Not sure if that's intentional.
Yeah, it breaks at 16 by 10. It always has.
My guess is that health is technically a reward, and losing health is therefore a negative reward for a fail.
If they ask, I'll just say I wanted them to try the scenarios without failing the game. Easy.
A couple more bugs need fixing. We'll get to those. Anyway, we're not waiting for approval, especially since Milestone 3 was supposed to be submitted by now. It's full steam ahead. We're getting this shit.
Yep, this is what we call the art of bullshitting.
Done. Zalavir's been sending in more minigame ideas. How's he doing?
Why would there ever be a...
Okay, so there's a really cool deal hack where if you bring this to a convenience store and point it in the air.
Cool. So what else is he up to?
After we had like gotten a bunch of the more fun ones that didn't have to be super well executed, Nelson is starting to bring on some more emotional pieces.
That was when he was like brushing his horse, sleeping with his skunk and all that stuff, and I think there was another one that was kind of tender, but I like those pictures the most.
The most intense stuff was usually being handled by Ben, who was now also focusing heavily on the game's beginning. Everyone's part-time, remember. The team's got their hands full. Also, Rhea just got a new job.
Well, I wanted to afford rent where I live.
Oh my god. Can you just live within your means?
Yeah, ask for the fucking moon, why don't you?
The job is not good to her.
I didn't get paid for a while. Like, several months.
Remember when you said you weren't going to throw anyone under the bus?
Hey, I'm not throwing anyone under the bus. I'm just telling the events that occurred to me.
I'm just describing the bus route.
I'm simply outlining the point of impact.
It eats up her free time, more than she ever expected. Progress slows, and she's so busy that she ends up having to miss one of the team meetings. Silver lining, Manda, producer on Bass and several other projects, records the whole thing for her. Thank you, Manda. Everyone in the chat, say thank you, Manda.
Milestones are this week. I'm going to be doing Bass Reeves' overall plot and course outlining so that I can pick a place to tell a story that happens inside of the camp. I've booked that in my schedule already, and I'm prepared and ready to move forward on that. What is needed on y'all's end?
We have a bit more of the scenario data refactor to get through just to make sure that it actually works. So I know we have a pin here in the design channel talking about what the actual milestones are. So now we need the day scene segueing into the night scene.
So we've got all the way until early October to hit this milestone. So although the money would be great sooner, we can, with a fairly relaxed pace, basically take a full month and a half to do the stuff here. What I'd like to do after this milestone, and the goal is we're just producing content. Like, this is a game that can launch early 2024, provided it's written up and that we get additional imagery and stuff, because like
yeah. Cool. Okay, so and then just a couple other like housekeeping notes, Nelson, is number one, Has like the overall state of Strange Scaffold changed? I see that we've got the kidnapping sim going, so are we potentially just putting this project on hiatus after October until we figure out what's going on with it, or are things moving forward after this? Has that changed at all?
Strange Scaffold, shaky place, but Kidnapping Sim did get funding, so we will figure out what specific opportunities exist with everyone else.
Okay.
After this milestone, so there will be a period of quiet, and then we will figure out. Yeah, I think I'm still gonna at least figure out what the plan for what it looks like to release the game is, and I'll keep y'all updated as that goes on.
Lots of games that were being developed by the studio: I Am Your Beast, Teenage Demon Slayer Society, CDRM3, 2 other projects with Megan Fox of Skatebird. All these Strange Scaffold projects and more were being put on hiatus because the industry was imploding. The studio is at this point suffering from acute game industry, quickly running out of real money, and everything left is being reallocated into the studio's moonshot, El Paso Elsewhere. Pretty soon, Bass Reeves Can't Die and Life Eater were the only other projects still in development. Milestone 2 is approved. The investor has some notes, nothing crazy. Art slows down, mainly because we have way more material than we need right now. Programming work continues. Despite everything, the quit button works now. Ben is almost done with the intro art, looks incredible. October rolls around, the end is in sight. Programming work continues, despite everything and more.
Around the time we were putting together the milestone for the attempt to get funding, I remember when I learned that this is the last one. This is the one that they will see to decide if they want to make this a full game. This is the one that, like, did we prove ourselves yet? And I really felt like we hadn't.
I think I was a bit more optimistic about it. I feel like we could see what the game was going to be to an extent. I was sort of confident that, like, this game isn't going to be very expensive to finish. And there are, at this point, I think a lot of the heavy lifting had been done. But I think it was just kind of like, it was kind of clear that the industry was really just crumbling around us at that point.
Are we wanting to do some, like, heavy juice injection for this milestone, by the way?
If at all possible. This build is going to be used to evaluate whether we get additional funding, so it's a big one.
All right. I did not know that.
Yeah, the point of the prototype fund is to incubate things for other sponsor opportunities. The better the final builds, the higher the chance we get another pocket of cash. We can pitch again later, but it'll be less effective, especially if they've seen or passed on it before.
Okay. I'll see if I can get some good shit in this week then.
At this point, we're just a few days out from the deadline. The build is almost ready. Team manages to squeeze in a few extra things here and there, updating assets where possible, polishing things up. This is the point of no return. They submit it, and then they're kind of just stuck waiting. Zolliver said to expect this. They organize a meeting about what comes next, assuming they get the money. Kind of falls apart in the scheduling. Rhea asks what happened to the milestone. There's no word for a while. After a long while, they do hear back. It's approved.
I want to talk about time bubbles, because they're one of the most important pieces of game development that I see least talked about in public. Because really, if you're trying to figure out how long something is going to take, there's 4 levels to which you can do that. The first one is, how long will it take you to do the work? Say it's 40 hours, 1 week. Simple, fine. There's the second level of figuring out how long it will take to do something, which is where you do that plus time for revisions, time for iteration. Time to do a task is not just doing the task, it is figuring out where the task went wrong and how to fix it later. The third level of task tracking is task tracking, figuring out and accounting for times of revision and times for contingencies. Because say you get hit by a car, say something takes longer. Say that someone blocks you because you expect an art asset would be in the game and it isn't in the game. You need to account for that somehow, for disasters both personal and professional. And those are the first 3 levels of time management. But the 4th level, time bubbles, is one of my favorite, and one that I've been grappling with a lot lately, existentially, as the biggest game I've ever directed in my career is about to come out. A time bubble is my term for how long it takes for something to existentially coalesce and come together. It is divorced from all contingencies, all production realities. It is simply the time for the task is not the task itself, it's also the invisible space of living around making the thing.
Yeah, I remember that fucking DM. I think Xalavier sent it to everyone.
Actually, Xalavier just told me that I think they had to pause on the assets. I just figured like stuff was going on, like, you know, I know pivots happen, and it would just wait for news if it ever comes.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of just stopped getting work, and I kind of just assumed like, all right, like they don't need my stuff. They're taking care of everything else. There's a lot going on. In like November of whatever year it was, I got a DM.
I didn't realize Bass Reeves had slowed down that much until Nelson had talked to me about it. He's like,
hey, so now Bass has been wrapped up for... We shelved it. The studio is still struggling for survival, and sticking everything on the shelf that isn't literally giving us money right now feels really fucking bad, but keeps us from leaking money to the point where we're literally on the brink again. I mean, I told him, you know, like, obviously, don't let Strange Scaffold die. I think that was the first time I realized, like, how close things were to going real bad.
Getting the message, I think, hurt a lot more than the actual thing that was happening. Weirdly enough, it was kind of a like, how do I say I understand without saying it's okay? Nelson should be here right now. I want to hear things from him.
He's very...
We had been making the game for a solid year plus by the time we got the opportunity to receive prototype funding. The difference between those two periods was the project was started when the studio was not in danger of closing. By the middle of the year, no other games were being developed. If anyone was split between multiple projects at the studio, they were, at that point, only working on El Paso. And the question that I faced as a studio head, and also as a person myself, as a creator, was, this may be the last game I ever direct. So we got to finish it. Because I was working double overtime, working on El Paso all day, doing freelance, and pitching Bass Reeves, Teenage Demon Slayer Society, I Am Your Beast, and finding over and over again doors closed in our face. Gently, but closed nonetheless. And the extra cash from doing that prototype actually is maybe the primary reason El Paso Elsewhere was able to ship.
When we sent that milestone build, we had all of these things that would make the game worthwhile, but wouldn't be conveyed in that milestone, is how I felt.
You know, from my perspective, we had all of this cool stuff and all of these cool plans, but they played a build that dynamic kind of nature was really not there.
I knew what was going on in the industry, and I knew how difficult it was going to be to get that funding. Unfortunately, I'm with Rhea on this one. I didn't think that we were ready. I think that if we were able to cook it for another 2-3 months, we probably would have gotten to that point. You know, I wanted to keep morale up. That's part of what I do is, you know, team mom, rah, rah. But I knew what they were looking for, and I didn't think that this was going to fit the bill.
This is a project that had a vibe. It had a very good narrative, art. There was an idea behind the project, but it was all in search of a game that didn't quite exist yet.
One thing I was thinking about as we were talking is that you're probably going to have a bit of a historical conflict storytelling issue on your own side, where my chronology and connection to the game or whatever else, especially now that it's quite fuzzy, is going to probably in some ways differ from other people on the team, which is probably going to differ from some of the things you find in the channel.
Do either of you have any memory of how long you thought it was going to take to get those milestones together originally?
Colin?
Not really.
Milestone 1 was not complete until around Milestone 2's deadline. Milestone 3 was not completed until mid-October.
What fucking happened, man? I don't remember it being like this. but it was... What fucking happened? Fuck.
Like, I mean, it's hard to characterize exactly what went wrong. I think it didn't really seem like we had a clear idea of where this game was going.
But I feel like we did.
Well, we kind of we had an idea of where the game was going as like
Man. Because I've not talked about these thoughts ever. I kind of blamed myself for it a lot. I felt like I had let them down. Because remember, I earlier told him like, hey, I don't think this is working, and that we pivoted the entire project, and then the project kind of failed. And so it led to me developing this weird parasocial relationship with this Discord server because I still had access to all of the UI games, and I was just watching things happen there as my way to still feel like I have some kind of link to Strange Scaffold. Then that went away at one point, and I was like, oh, fuck.
If things had gone differently with like, I could definitely see a world where this game could have been a really cool thing.
I came onto it really late. I think if I would have came onto it towards the beginning, I mean, you know, not necessarily anything would have changed in terms of the marketplace, of course, but I don't know. Maybe I could have like banged down some doors.
Why is it that we fucked up the milestones? Like, the time that was given should have been enough. Where did we go? Where did we fuck it up?
I think you and I were younger and more naive and bit off a bit more than we could chew, which was great for our growth as game developers and people, and less so for a sustainable project. We were also, I mean, we both acknowledged that we were dealing with like some pretty serious shit in our personal lives. Yeah, maybe if we had met the milestones a little bit earlier, things wouldn't have been quite so dog shit, but like that just so happened to line up with like the worst state that the modern game industry has ever been in.
This is like, you know, the first studio that I really worked with, and this is like the first thing I worked on that like I was really proud of, so it was kind of heartbreaking when it went away.
I spent the majority of my 20s working at this one place, and so I didn't feel like a game developer. I felt like my entire identity was wrapped up in this studio I had been at for 5.5 years. This project was like my first real like thing not being that. I went to 2 different studios to try and like escape that, and both of them are gone now.
It felt like killing a dream that a core piece of myself held. I mean, my parents even shared in this of like, wait, so you can't make a bastard? It's just dead? And I was like, it's that, or we don't get to keep making games anymore. So as much as El Paso Elsewhere is in many ways a dream game, to kill a dream inspiration and a reason why you're here, a core piece of yourself, in order to make a quote-unquote dream game will sour the dream game in the process. El Paso Elsewhere isn't just something...
Oh, trust me, I used to have like a passion project too. Technically, like, part of it is my fault, but no. Sadly, no matter how much fault I have, 70% is screwed up by other people. Man, the world is like not forgiving for a passion project. But if you're stubborn enough, you can make it through. But if you aren't, just be like me. Chad, pressed, lots of things.
Something I'm immensely proud of, and is one of the most significant creative efforts I've ever been a part of in a career that includes nearly 100 games now. It is also the game that killed Bass Reeves Can't Die. So we're just, at this point, moving on to other projects and, to be honest, trying to resist the temptation to look for the next opportunity to tell his story. Because I don't want it to become a white whale.
Does it feel weird for this to be how this project is being wrapped up in a way, as something that some guy is coming in and making a video on, like about a thing that didn't happen?
I think it's honestly kind of fitting in a way, because how many games get this? I mean, this is the second project that Colin and I worked on together, and our baby, the project that we really worked on full time, is never going to get this.
I've definitely poked Nelson over, I guess, the years at this point, just being like, I mean, you know, if I had the money to fund this game to completion, I would. You know, working with Strange Scaffold was like the first time after being miserable working in games for so long and being like there had to be something better, that like, here's proof that there was.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that, yeah, I feel like I was really spoiled in the industry when I started, because all of the work that I'd done for Strange Scaffold up until that point, which was the 3 other projects they had shipped, and I had this impression that, you know, that's just what happens, and it's just easy, and this is how that all works. It's I didn't know until just this meeting that this project was not happening anymore. I figured it was coming out any day, you know, because I am proud of what we did. And so, as a segue, like probably in about 10 minutes, I'm probably going to have to get dinner and finish off the rest of my day, but
actually,
yeah.
I do need to dip off because I have a Project Bandana meeting in like 10 minutes. I got to go prep for it.
No, y'all are totally good. We're wrapping up here anyway. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
Bye,
you.
and it's good to see you in real life.
It was lovely to see you all. Colin, I miss your face a lot.
Nelson has got me roped in doing something for a new project for Strange Scaffold, so I'm trying my best at that. I'm really excited, hoping that works out, hoping that we don't do another one of these.
I was working on ads, but I applied for a job for a company called D-Cell Games, working on a game called Unbeatable, and then I had the best job interview of my life. We spent 3/4 of the job interview yelling about the movie Speed Racer, and then I got told, like, yeah, you got the job, and I was like, holy shit, and I immediately put in my 2 weeks.
If this is all that ever comes of it, then like that's great too. It's not going to be the last Strange Scaffold project. It's not going to be the last chance to make something like weird that hasn't been done before. I mean, I got to work on Life Eater this year. I got to, you know, once again work with an incredible group of people. While Bass Reeves is very dear to me, you know, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't properly see the light of day. I'm just glad we get to be here.
This video isn't getting made in the next 3 weeks, is it? I don't think I'd be getting married right now if I hadn't gone through the last year of my life. And one of the things that year of my life did was show me, one, how important games are, but two, how they also have nothing on the need to be a human. It's sad that we had to put Bass Reeves on, you know, a fairly definitive hiatus, but it's what means we're still here today, and the survival is the thing that matters. The simplest thing I can say is a project like Bass Reeves is something that I think every developer should go through, because it teaches you that nothing isn't expendable, actually. The main thing that matters at the end of the day is that you and the other developers in the room manage to walk away and keep being creative and keep being human. And if only for that reason, I would go through the joys and the pains of Bass Reeves all over again.
Life of indie game. Like, you might see like a shit tons of game out there right now, but still, remember, you see 10 game, that 90 game that didn't survive. Blame on I would say like the stupid game industry overbloated the entire game industry. Everyone want him some life service. Yeah, same with like VTubers. It's just that you might think VTuber is easy now, but VTuber was not easy before. Now is become infinite harder because everyone want to become a VTuber too. Me, I never really like see myself as much as this because not even like to a point I don't even see myself as a streamer too. Is because like, I don't do streaming stuff so far. I would want to, but sadly I don't have the time to. I told told you lots of times. It's like I'm in the perpetual hell of like want to make stuff but no money to make stuff. Oops. Hold on. I'm back. A little bit trouble with my air conditioner. Yes. It's leaking. I can't afford to fix it at the moment. So, yeah. I have to put like a bucket down there, but gosh dang drip is like a Schrodinger directions. I don't know which kind of like direction is like dripping on. Still kind of controlling it. Yay, Ice Age!
This video was made in partnership with CuriosityStream. After the dinosaurs were nerfed, a lot of niches were left wide open. The power vacuum created a lot of pretty janky builds, most of which ended up getting nerfed in the final Ice Age balance patch. But nonetheless, some of the most interesting and unique builds of all time were part of the quaternary meta, and so I think it's time to finally create the Ice Age tier list. It's tough to make a fair tier list simply because just about every build that went extinct can directly or indirectly blame humans. Humans unlocking projectile weapons gave them such an oppressive advantage over large mammals that they became totally unstoppable in any server that lacked the proper counters. But since you should already be fully aware of how OP humans are, we're gonna kinda skip past them in this tier list and talk about the other great builds from the Ice Age meta. As always, we'll start from the bottom of the tier list and move up from there. In F tier we have the Megalosaurus, aka the giant deer build. This build holds the record for most evolution points put into the Antlers ability. Now, I've talked about the concept of diminishing returns before on this channel. For example, discussing how the poison dart frog having toxins that are strong enough to drop an elephant is probably a bit of overkill. But in that case, it's not that being too poisonous is a problem, it's just that some of those evolution points probably would have been better spent somewhere else. But in the case of the giant deer, not only is this level of antler growth excessive, it's genuinely detrimental. First of all, antlers have a significant equipment load cost. Sprinting, fighting, or really just any everyday action costs more stamina when you're weighed down by heavy antlers, increasing the deer's food requirements and causing it to require rest more frequently. Second, antlers do break in combat quite frequently. While they're certainly powerful enough to defend from carnivore players, their purpose is to give male players a way to complete the alpha male and mating side quests, and are frequently broken during these challenges. With normal-sized antlers, this isn't too big an issue, but when they each weigh 40 pounds, a break to one antler might also mean a break to the neck, or at the very least make it tough to maintain your balance. Lastly, deer rely on stealth and mobility to evade attacks. The most common line of play is for deer to run to the safety of the forest, where they can hide much more effectively. Not only do antlers make it harder to run and make you stick out like a sore thumb, but their enormous hitbox makes it impossible to enter dense forest, a potentially game-ending limitation. Giant deer may have been nerfed in power and HP, but they were one of the few builds that were actually buffed overall in the final Ice Age balance patch. In D tier we have the Calicotherium, a horse build that's spec'd into tree browsing and four-limb claws, similar to the giant ground sloth. PBS Eons has already done an awesome video on the Calicotherium, so I won't spend too much time on them, but I will say that unfortunately, unlike the ground sloth, Calicotheriums were significantly worse at combat than the giant sloths that they were trying to copy, and frequently got bodied by predators that ground sloths would have had no trouble fending off. I don't have too much else to say about this build, but yeah, horse mains, you've got a good thing going, you don't need to copy other builds. In C tier we have the Terror Bird. Terror Birds are basically an attempt to recreate the dinosaur build after non-avian dinosaurs were banned in the Cretaceous-Paleogene balance patch. And credit where credit is due, it does do a decent job of it. Terror Birds were actually pretty OP in the early post-dino meta, having the best mobility and power at the time. However, as the meta progressed towards the Ice Age, mammal builds finally unlocked better defensive and offensive tools to combat this playstyle. And while their high damage peck attack could still bring down a large mammal in a few hits, its damage is completely negated by armor, failing where a pre-patched dinosaur's crushing bite would have had no trouble. Mammals eventually developed high damage attacks of their own, leaving the Terror Bird player base with only one solid advantage, being able to stand on two legs. This is actually a pretty significant advantage, but it's best used in conjunction with powerful grasping or slashing forelimbs, a trait Terror Birds fail to take advantage of. Speaking of armor, next up on the tier list is the Glyptodon, the best armored build of the Ice Age meta. Glyptodons were pretty safe from predators, being able to block attacks from most of the common weapons at the time. They also possessed two powerful offensive moves, the first being Skull Bash and the second being Club Smash, a move reminiscent of the Ankylosaurus, although nowhere near as strong. They weren't by any means below average builds, but as a tank role I don't think they were near oppressive enough in terms of area denial for me to rate them any higher than B tier. Also in B tier we have the Woolly Rhinoceros, a more powerful version of the modern day Rhino build. Rhinos themselves are a tank variation of the horse build, and personally I don't see them as particularly viable in the modern day meta, due to a combination of two reasons: low intelligence and poor eyesight. This combination makes it very difficult for the rhino to determine friend from foe, and as a result, rhinos often team kill each other, They're hyper-aggressive, often attacking anything that they detect in their territory, which can include ridiculous things such as trees, rocks, and termite mounds. Anyways, I wouldn't put modern-day rhinos any higher than D tier, but woolly rhinos, despite having the same issues, are powerful enough to earn a spot in B tier, just because of how important defense and offense was during this time. With the power creep starting to reach dinosaur levels, being able to defend yourself was critical, and the woolly rhinoceros had perhaps the most threatening weapon in the entire game at the time. Last in B tier we have the dire wolf. Dire wolves were the premier pack hunting build of the Ice Age meta. They were more powerful than any of the canine builds today, but actually on the weaker side when it comes to dogs throughout the Cenozoic meta. Earlier on, during the Oligocene and Miocene expansions that came just before the Ice Age, there were even stronger dogs, like the Borophagine and bear dogs. And yet it seems like the player base has constantly been shifting towards smaller, less powerful canine builds that were more agile and efficient. I think the reason for this is that the canine class in general is just best suited to the pack hunting strategy. Team strategy is perhaps the best way to take on builds above your weight class, but the thing to keep in mind is that if you're teaming up with other carnivore players, you'll need to split the loot from your kills. This gets to be a problem if your entire team is playing as the larger, more powerful dogs, because they have a much higher food cost. Since pack hunting is still plenty effective even when the individual members of a pack aren't particularly strong, it makes sense why the dire wolf player base eventually shifted towards the smaller grey wolf build. Still, at the time, they were a force to be reckoned with, although they often were unable to defend their kills from the more powerful solo DPS builds of the Ice Age. All in all, not top tier, but by no means low tier. Alright, so in A tier we've reached builds that are all pretty much unimpeachably overpowered, and would still likely rule the meta today if not for the absolutely broken build that is the human. First, let's talk about the most famous build from the Ice Age, the Mammoth. Mammoths had the highest HP of any Ice Age build, and also some top tier gear, second only to the woolly rhino. Mammoths, as well as elephants today, also had one of the most unique abilities ever seen in the game, a trunk. Choosing between a quadrupedal and bipedal build is a difficult choice. Quadrupeds are much more stable and tend to have higher run speeds, but using all four limbs to walk means you can't use them to grab or pick up items. Proboscideans like mammoths and elephants subvert this issue by putting enough points into the nose skill tree to unlock the trunk, basically giving themselves a fifth appendage. This is an extremely powerful and versatile ability that easily earns them a high tier spot. The only thing keeping them down is that they had an absolutely abysmal matchup versus humans. While many of the Ice Age mid-tier and top tiers had an unfavorable matchup against humans, the mammoths was especially terrible, because they're such a big target and worth so much XP. At the top end of A tier is the other Ice Age all-star, the saber-tooth. In terms of critical hit damage, nothing else even comes close to what sabers can dish out. Sabers actually had a different playstyle than the big cats of present day. Their lower agility made it tough for them to chase down prey, and so they had to use stealth not just to get close, but to get literally within range of a strike. They could take down basically anything that they wanted, but it's important to note that due to how fragile their fangs are, they couldn't use them in combat to deal damage to their foes. They were reserved specifically for finishing off a downed player. Their high power stat comes more from their bulky front limbs than from their teeth. While few builds could stand up to them, they did have a poor matchup against the next two builds on the list, the top tiers. The first S tier is the giant ground sloth, a build I've discussed at length in my video about why sloths aren't OP anymore. But to recap, they could body just about anyone in a 1v1 match. And because they were one of the few mammals to pull off bipedalism correctly, they were much less vulnerable to stealth-based approach strategies due to their height. Check out this video for more info on it. Last on our list is the cave bear. Cave bears just had insane stats across the board. And here's the kicker, they were scavengers. You can't just put these kinds of stats on a scavenger. A bear this big could steal kills from entire packs of dire wolves or saber-tooths all by itself. But if there weren't any chumps around to do the bear's work for it, the bear could either take down some huge quarry by itself, or simply fall back on the numerous herbivorous options available to it. It's obvious that the devs had to nerf this build, because it had basically no weaknesses. It's the only build on this list that humans are almost certainly not responsible for the extinction of. In fact, the reasons for the bear player base shifting towards the smaller bear builds aren't well understood by data miners at this point. All we do know is that when they were in the game, they were absolutely broken during a meta full of broken builds. If you like learning about builds from past expansions, there are tons of documentaries I'd recommend. My favorite is the Walking With series, including Walking with Dinosaurs, Walking with Monsters, and Walking with Beasts. Many of the clips in my videos are from these documentaries, as well as many others, as I'm sure many of you have recognized. While they're awesome resources for learning about prehistory, they're worth watching for the nostalgia factor alone. Lucky for you guys, I've been sponsored by CuriosityStream, a subscription streaming service with a massive library of binge-worthy educational content, including some great originals seen nowhere else, such as this documentary about why some big cats succeeded while others went extinct. Normally the subscription is $3 a month, but if you go to curiositystream.com/Tearzu and sign up using the promo code TEARZU, you'll get a whole month for free. Seriously, I highly recommend it. They've got some incredible stuff on there. Anyways, thank you so much for watching, and until next time, good luck out there.
If you've spent any time on the internet or spoken to a child in the last decade, you've probably heard of Minecraft. It's literally the best-selling video game ever. Back in October of 2020, the team at Minecraft announced that as part of a new update, they'd be adding an obscure salamander to the game called an axolotl. Now, if you're the kind of nerd who watches SciShow, you may have known about these critters before they were cool, but at the time, not many people had heard of them. So adding axolotls to the game was what introduced them to probably millions of people, especially that all-important youth market. By 2021, the axolotl was an internet icon, and you can see why, right? I mean, look at that face! Not only that, but axolotls can do some really cool things, like regenerating their arms and legs, and even parts of their brains. These extraordinary abilities have made axolotls popular with researchers too. Western science has had its eyes on axolotls since the 1700s, way before it was cool, and in that time, they've helped us understand everything from spinal injuries to embryonic development. Today, some scientists hope that these little pink weirdos, complimentary, could also help us explore new medical frontiers, like to slow down aging, fight cancer, and maybe help us regrow an arm or two. So here's the origin story of the humble axolotl, how it became the key to all kinds of crucial research, and why the species needs our help in return. Axolotls are pretty much everywhere these days, or at least their merch is everywhere. You can find them on everything from mugs to money. Heck, the scriptwriter for this episode saw an axolotl plushie, a book bag, and a statue while working on this script. Before they became ubiquitous, though, all axolotls lived around Lake Texcoco in Mexico. Axolotls are amphibians, specifically a type of salamander that probably evolved roughly 10,000 years ago. For centuries, humans and axolotls lived side by side. The Mexica people, or Aztecs as the Europeans called them, built their city and farming islands on the lake. These so-called floating islands, or chinampas, had extensive canals running between them, and the canals happened to be the perfect habitat for axolotls. By the way, the name axolotl is pronounced more like axolotl in Nahuatl, the language of several indigenous groups from central Mexico. For now, we're going to stick with the anglicized pronunciation of axolotl, but whatever you call them, they were so abundant in the Valley of Mexico that they were a favorite food of the people living in that area. Minecraft devs, if you're listening, you could add that historically accurate feature. Just saying. But then, as most stories go in Latin America, the Spanish came. Today, Lake Texcoco doesn't really exist anymore. It's been drained and drilled over the years to make space for the ever-expanding Mexico City, and all axolotls that live in the wild are in or near the Xochimilco floating gardens, consisting of just 170 kilometers of canals. So there's not a whole lot of axolotls left in their natural habitat because there's just not a whole lot of natural habitat to speak of. In 1998, a study estimated that there were around 6,000 axolotls per square kilometer in the canals. Today, that number is more like 35, at least according to one study, which would mean that there are only an estimated 50 to 1,000 axolotls left. But if that were the case, then why did I see one in a cafe in Scotland? Why does everyone's next door neighbor seem to own one as a pet? Well, while there might not be a whole lot of axolotls left in the wild, there are a lot of them being bred in labs all over the world. But before we get into all that, all research needs funding, including ours. So here's a quick ad break.
I'm interrupting this online learning experience to tell you about a totally new kind of online learning experience, introducing the new Brilliant. It's coding instruction for the AI era. Brilliant still fits into your life and gives everyone the tools to be a math person, but now they're offering even more. In this new era of Brilliant, a visual interactive tutor sits right on the screen with you. It can see what you're doing, draw diagrams, ask guiding questions, and adapt in real time to how you think. It makes private tutors more accessible. Click the link below or scan the QR code to get started with Brilliant's tutor for free. You can upgrade to premium to unlock all courses, and right now, SciShow viewers can save 20% off an annual subscription at brilliant.org/scishow.
Axolotls first got a webbed foothold in scientific laboratories in the 1800s, and in 1864, a French expedition to Mexico captured 34 axolotls, brought them back to Europe, and bred them. Today, almost all captive axolotls are descended from that 1864 crew. And Western scientists have been enamored with the axolotl ever since, because they're pretty weird as far as amphibians go, or even vertebrates go. For one thing, they never really grow up. At least not all the way. Most amphibians go through a standard life cycle where they start as eggs, turn into tadpole-like things, and eventually transform into land-based animals. Think frogs. Axolotls don't do this, or at least most don't. For whatever reason, the species is neotenic, meaning they never metamorphose into an adult terrestrial form. Instead, they stick to a comparatively juvenile state where they have arms and legs and can reproduce, but they hold on to their gills. That's why they're so cute. They're practically babies. Look at those gills. Weirdly enough, this whole forever young thing helped scientists discover what thyroid hormones do. In 1919, British scientists fed 2 axolotls pieces of an ox thyroid, which I'm sure made perfect sense at the time. The axolotls that ate the thyroid went through metamorphosis, losing their gills, changing color, and becoming fully land compatible. Thanks in part to these experiments, we now know that thyroid hormones are essential for metamorphosis in amphibians, and we now know that thyroid hormones are important in human development too. For instance, some help with fetal brain development. Axolotls have also been essential for studying embryonic development. Axolotl eggs are up to 30 times bigger than human eggs, so scientists can see what's going on in there pretty easily, making them great model organisms for studying. From the 1920s through 1950s, research on developing axolotls helped scientists investigate things like neural crest cells, which are a group of cells in embryos that later become everything from cartilage to neurons. And of course, there's the fact that axolotls can regrow body parts. That's not entirely unique in the animal kingdom. Invertebrates like sea stars can regrow their arms, and certain species of worm can regrow just about everything. Some vertebrates can do this.
The axolotl can regrow fucking brains. Yeah, fun fact, like even the brain got chopped off, like half of the brain got chopped off, they can regenerate it back. With memory intact. How?
This too, though to a more limited degree. Think lizards that regrow tails. Even humans and mice can regenerate the very tip of amputated fingers, but mostly when we're babies. But for most vertebrates, healing involves fixing what you can, like bones, and then making everything else into scar tissue. Axolotls, on the other hand, can more or less regrow whatever they want. Scientists have found that axolotls can regenerate their hearts, spinal cords, parts of their brain, and of course, their arms and legs. A young axolotl can fully regrow an amputated arm in just 45 days. Most research around regeneration in axolotls has focused on blastemas, basically the nub that forms when an axolotl loses a limb. By studying this, researchers have discovered that a chemical called transforming growth factor beta is essential to regeneration. What's cool about that is that we have that growth factor too. So if axolotls can regenerate their body part thanks to that growth factor, and we can make it too, can we figure out how to use it to regrow our limbs? Maybe. Axolotls aren't that different from us. They are.
Yeah, too late. Sadly, too late. For me. Not for you guys. I remember like that particular things that in our bodies kind of like run out after like you grew out your teenager phase. So yeah, that's the issues. Basically, easier to kind of like explain it. Okay, this one. Okay. Aside from that, we also have like a secondary stuff. It's basically like every single time we regenerate as a cell, like there is a like when we kind of like DNA carry a lot of like data, right? So imagine that we have like cells that have a HB bar. Okay. So every single time we age, we eat up this bar. Eat up more and more and more. This is like every single time it regenerate, like how many times we can like the cell itself can clone itself again. So they have this like extendo bar here. Yeah, so they have this like extendo bar, like bit by bit. Every single time our cell like died and regenerate, it managed to regenerate and like mitosis or meiosis, I kind of forgot. Like all those kind of like like fancy process going on there. Like one bar of like the one of this bar would just disappear. So when basically no matter how much we can regenerate, we will eventually run out of this like regeneration like availability slot. So some part of our bodies stop regenerating once this thing is depleted. So once you reach this state, there's no amount of cell replications can help you. Unless this DNA cell, this cell with the DNA inside it, okay? Yeah, that one that I draw like it's a cell, and the inside this one is like a DNA with, okay? Unless this DNA, when corrupted, which effect, okay, even without this like bump up thingy dong, they will still like keep on replicating itself, but it kind of, because it corrupted to a point that it replicates itself, but it doesn't really have a command that stopped. Okay, even though this thing is gone a long time ago, okay, all the extra bits that like can let us like, once this thing runs out, they will stop doing that like replication thingy. But there are times that the DNA itself will get corrupted, the data itself, so it will still infinitely keep on like split and regenerate as much as possible. But they don't really have a stop button. Our stop button is supposed to be this like multiple layer of like bump on top of like the on top of our DNA, and it will just gradually getting thinner and thinner as time passed, until the point that the bump is gone. And then it's like a sign of like, oh, this cell cannot be regenerating, like be replicated anymore. Lots of our organ already like at their end, like wits ends of like recreating the organ itself, but regenerating the organ itself still kind of can, just not, it can recover from damage, but it can't make a new organ if like we take our stomach. The only thing that still have that function weirdly is just our liver, but still not going to be like the best thing in the world. But because like you get one chunk of a liver cut out, means like your body already like working like half the capacity, so it's not going to help you that much. Still help you. And what would we call this cells that went rogue and keep replicating itself, like keep regenerating and basically keep print stamp itself because it doesn't have a stop button? We call it cancer cell. Actually, after a lot of like this kind of like axolotl like studies, lots of people like start doing a lot of like stem cell study along with like the axolotl study, because like stem cells say stem cells, but it's technically more like a juvenile state of a cancer cell. So they want to learn how to use stem cells to create organ. They want to do that first at least, and then maybe like in the futures they can inject something into humans. Then they can just regenerate their organs and failing stuff infinitely. So far it's just a dream. So far it's just a dream.
are vertebrates, and they do seem to have at least some similar genes and chemical pathways, so it's not like we'd be starting at the ground floor. But any real movement on the whole grow back your arm front is definitely a ways off. But that doesn't mean that studying this stuff can't be helpful in the short term. Regeneration science could also help us deal with the stress of aging. Take our immune system. Most of our body systems get less effective as we age. One of the things that suffers is our immune system, in part because our bodies get less good at producing T cells. These cells are made from stem cells that are formed in the bone marrow and mature in the thymus, a gland that sits in the middle of the chest behind your sternum. In 2025, researchers discovered that axolotls can actually regrow their entire thymus gland. By learning how axolotls do this, researchers hope to hack into our thymus and keep it pumping out that immune juice even as we get older. And it's not just regeneration that makes axolotls biological superstars. Research suggests that axolotls might be extra resistant to cancer. And in a 2025 paper, scientists discussed how they tried to find out how axolotls do this in exactly the way you'd be thinking, by, say it with me, gently massaging their skin and then scraping off their mucus. Statistically, at least one person out there said it with me. From this, the team found 3 promising immunity molecules called antimicrobial peptides, or AMPs. Not only could these AMPs fend off breast cancer cells in a petri plate, but they also inhibited the growth of MRSA, an antibiotic-resistant staph bacteria that causes major issues in hospitals. That means that not only can axolotls help us fight cancer, but they could give us a whole new set of antibiotics. They really are the GOAT of the amphibian world. Or they would be if they weren't in trouble. Remember how those...
Hold on, I need to go to the toilet. Yeah, should have worked on that one.
We are watching a video on fat acceptance. If I see you saying anything mean about these big, beautiful women, you're getting banned. And by banned, I mean getting VIP. No, I'm just kidding. No. We're just gonna have fun.
To be honest, I'm also a fat fuck. Being fat is fine. But gassing people out to be more fat? That's not fine. Oh, eating an entire bucket of chicken, like KFC. For yourself? Oh no, that's too much. That's too much, Cindy. It's too much.
We're just gonna have fun. We're gonna have lots of fun. Alright, 3, 2, 1, boom.
Number 44. Ah! 44, that's me! Get some cold cuts, get some cold cuts, get some cold cuts.
Bro, when you have...
The worst thing is actually... Here's the thing, the worst. The worst thing is, like, when they are fat, like, they now, like, back in the days, we would just be slightly ashamed of ourselves, and then we would actually, like, do a little bit of exercise. Nowadays, people are gassing up people for being fat, and then you should eat another bucket of chicken tenders. And then, once they gone a little bit, like, too fat... No, not too fat. I mean, like, once they, like, eat up, like, that 2 bucket of, like, chicken tenders, and then they go to, like, weight up the scales, like, next month. Hey, I gained 5 more kilograms! Yay! And then everyone was like, yay! No, that's not good. Like, you have a second breast, man. Like, increasing your weight doesn't do you good. Like, here's the thing, like, being fat sucks. I'm a fat ass. I will say being fat sucks. Because I used to be thin before. So I know the benefit of being fat. Like, thin and benefit, like, this benefit of being fucking fat. I have trouble breathing time to time. Obviously, my nose and allergy is one of the things, but being fat doesn't help. Just eat a fucking little bit too much, you'll be like, I'm gasping for air. Am I having a panic attack? Or is my nose allergies a thing? It's like I ate something I'm allergic to. Oh shit, I just ate a little bit too much. Yeah, it makes you like additional things to worry about now, huh?
Have almost 2 titties. I think you gotta, like... I think you got... That's a problem.
I am not gonna...
When you have an additional ass in front of your belly, you need to do some soul searching.
Girl or boy, by the way, like, you already have honkers, and then, like, you have another set, like, you I don't know, bro.
No lie, this is a rough one.
Yeah, I bet.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell.
Thanks.
Unfortunately,
I
I regret
appreciate
to
it.
inform you all that we have to talk about the fats again. Because just when I think that the world is righting itself in some way, I learn about a new death cult. And this time, I have learned about something exceptionally terrible that I want to share with the rest of you because I am struggling to understand why this exists. Actually, that's not true. I'm not struggling to understand. It's well established that so many people are giant freaks. Either way, jump on board the Hell Gondola today, kids, because this—
I mean, giant freaks is subjective, you know? Yeah, that's... Oh, is my model broken? Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, my model freezes sometimes because the program's dog shit.
one's going to be a bumpy ride. A lumpy ride? We'll work on it. As
Lumpy
many of you know,
rides!
we have talked a lot on this channel over the years about obesity and fat acceptance and fat pride and what have you. But there is one area of this movement, shall we say, that I've never really touched on, and that would be feeders and feedies. If you didn't know, and I am actually truly sorry to be the one to tell you if you didn't, but there is a whole community of people, mostly men, who want to feed other people, mostly women, to make them obese.
You know what's freaky is that, like, I heard it's like a fetish with some really fit guys. Like, they want to ruin a girl and basically turn her into a lump of mush, and then eventually she just, like, dies. Yeah, and then, like, these women think it's empowering, and then I think to myself, like, isn't that, like, one of the most misogynistic things you can do? Like, even the inverse, like, feeding your partner to the point of death, even if it's a slow death and it's not literally poison that kills you. Yeah, I think that's, like, a horrible thing to do.
Called colloquially feeders and feedies. There's even a type of this called unlimited feederism, where not being alive is the goal, if you're catching my drift. And because this is such a big part of
Like I say, fetish is fine. Fetish in open public is the one that ruined the fucking fetish. Like I say, I don't mind, but open public furry that wearing a fursuit going out with a fucking parade ruin the shit. BDSM, I will say in some sense it's fine. Technically, for a lot of people, it's very fine. But doing it outside in a kindergarten is wrong. Get that? Like Professor Oak always say, the wise man word. There is always a time and place, but not here.
in the pun, and sought after adult interest, women are learning that they can make OF content and other kinds of adult content around this interest.
About to put all this belly in here. Yeah, I got the fucking hiccups as well.
I wonder what Asmund thinks of this.
No! Or they make this sort of content online for everyone to see very subtly, but we'll come back to that a little later. So now that you are up to date and the stage has been set, let me read to you an absolutely insane headline. In mid-June 2026, the Daily Mail dropped this insane article headlined, "Inside the controversial feeder fetish house, where plus-size men..."
Feeder fetish house. Yo, FBI, we gotta do something about this, man. It's like literally a fucking death cult, bro.
And document dramatic weight gain for subscribers. I did tell you that it was gonna be lumpy and bumpy. Buckle up, kids. This article explains how there is a 6-bedroom mansion in Las Vegas where a community of plus-size women live together and make content together, detailing their lives.
No, and then they have one dude
together and make content together, detailing their lives as fat people. All of this was covered in detail.
What? This is on HBO?
Recently in a new docu-series that dropped on HBO Max at the beginning of June called Big Girls Wanted Escaping Paradise. Paradise, just by the way, is spelled like pear.
I mean, they're not eating any fruits. I don't know why they called it that.
Fruit, the thing you eat, to reference the female pear-shaped body type.
Bro, Bro, you're not a pear, you're like an amoeba. You're like a slime. You're like a fucking scrunched up wet napkin.
I don't have one of those. I am shaped like a column, like a little boy. Why did I say that?
Why did you say that? With Sydney, what the fuck?
You will understand why they're called pears momentarily. Paradise is advertised as a support group of sorts for fat people. Well, fat women more specifically.
I like how they also, by the way, there's nothing wrong with this in essence, because, like, yeah, there's some fat chicks and, like, girls and boys like that. That's not what they look like. You think this looks like this? Where is it? Where's the fucking still frame? Whatever, you saw it and I saw it. The wibbly wobblies, dude.
Well, fat
That's
women
a thick
more
fat
specifically.
girl, you know?
Super fat women more specifically. This
They're
woman is
lying.
actually dead now, but we'll come back.
What? Wait, they still have her page up?
Back to that. Weird for her to be still up here on this webpage. According to the website, morbidly fat women can come together for acceptance, community, and to make bikini videos that will forever haunt our nightmares. I would tell you to avert your eyes, but it's on screen and there's nothing I can do. This is editing Sydney's fault. Blame her. Now,
bro,
kids,
dude, get that cat away from them, dude. I'm not even gonna make the joke of, like, oh, they're gonna eat the cat, because I think that's really mean. I think they might actually, like, accidentally sit on the cat and kill it. Yeah, I'm not joking. You just don't pay attention one day, the cat's sleeping, and then it just gets crushed.
do mind reading, so I know what you're thinking. This on its own is already a lot, but trust me when I say it gets worse, because there are also cannonball videos. Copyrighted music, yeah.
Oh, that's like a fetish, probably.
I do the thing because it's copyrighted music and I'm too lazy to find other music. I still don't super understand how it's even humanly possible for a person to reach this sort of mass. I genuinely feel like this activity at this size is unsafe. Mostly for the pool. Watching this in slow motion, I gotta say, this girl just hits the bottom of that pool
Holy
like a rock.
shit, man.
I am sorry.
She barely got any, like, airtime, and she made a splash like that. Now she's gonna do, like, 40 of those, and maybe she'd, like, burn off, like, half the calories she ate that day.
Bottom of that pool like a rock. I am sorry. I know I shouldn't be laughing because I know it's not funny, it's so mean, but why would you put this on the internet? Now, much to my heart...
Because people, like, beat off to it. That's why, Sydney. Yeah, I know. It's very depraved.
I have learned that this isn't taking place at a hotel or an organized compound or a resort or anything like that. It's taking place at some random dude's house. Because of course it is. And that dude is Stefan Villamy.
This guy's actual paradise.
A rich German man who created his...
Told you, he's the one that's paying for all this shit.
His own fat girl oasis in 2020
Fat
to
girl
fill his weird and
oasis.
creepy desires, which apparently involves creating his own harem of exceptionally fat women.
Where's that? What? Damn! Oh, damn! Damn the bikini.
Ideal type has always been very tall and very big. She would be
Yeah, so big that they cannot move and then they die. Yes. Yeah, that is the ideal form for a woman.
6 foot or taller, and she would definitely be 500 plus.
I don't even know what to do.
Bro, just be into, like, I don't know, giantism or whatever the fuck that's called. At least that, like, doesn't actually hurt people.
A man like this. But you know this story is absolutely insane and has managed to escape containment when even Ground News is showing stories about paradise. And this...
Mainstream media, holy shit. Don't kink shame, he's rich enough? No, I will kink shame because he's hurting people. That's the big difference. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, oh, it's consensual, but, like, yeah, they're also, like, dying, Lamau?
This is interesting because for a cultural topic for once, it has 100% right-wing reporting. I'm a little bit surprised because I have complained about this before, that when it comes to these kinds of cultural topics, usually there is a gaping hole in right-wing reporting. And it's sort of interesting that even with other huge cultural topics right now, like Supergirl, for example, coverage skews to the left, which honestly I wouldn't have known if it weren't for Ground News. And it actually does this a lot with these cultural culturally relevant topics, like even this coverage of the upcoming GTA 6 game skews left. So just
I would argue that arts and creativity skews left. I don't know. That's probably like a cultural thing, to be fair.
think about all of the
Actually, I don't know.
the topics that you're probably
Like Hollywood skews left, therefore it would be more left. So maybe, I don't know.
missing because they're not being reported by the outlets in your bubble. Thankfully, Ground News can 100% help with that because they have carved out an entire part of their website called Blind Spot dedicated to showing you what you may be missing in your own bubble. And this is in addition to all of the other amazing features that you get access to with Ground News, like letting you compare and contrast headlines.
I think feet are gross, but I have a thing for eyeglasses. He didn't force them to be fat, he simply enabled them to be fat and appreciated. Yeah, but what about all those, like, people that chase, you know, diseases that could kill them? Like, yeah, they're adults and they're consenting to it. That's, and they're appreciated and they think it's, like, really hot. I don't think that's good. Yeah. I don't know. Anyone has the power to say no? Yeah, that's great, but people... So... I don't know.
Letting you see which outlets cover what stories, when, how, what their reporting looks.
People can also be groomed into it from a young age to think that it's okay because they show this content and then they see that, like, oh, it's okay to be fat, or oh, it's okay to have like a million diseases and spread them around. Yeah, that's like my counter argument to that.
Like how they cover them, their factuality, the bias. Cutting through the noise in the year of our Lord 2026 is actually really quite challenging because it feels like basically every news outlet is partisan in one way or another. But Ground News actually puts the power back in your hands as a consumer. Then click to Stefan called his obese plaza paradise as a reference to the type of women he enjoys, but also because he lives in Paradise, Nevada.
You know what's funny is, like, it's not enough for him to have one fat chick. He's got to have a lot. He's got to have a harem. This is unironically this guy's fucking heaven. He pops a boner every time he, like, wakes up.
Which is home to part of the Las Vegas Strip. Fun geography fact of the day. We're learning a lot on this channel recently.
Honestly, it's a sex cult. Because, like, realistically, it's literally only about being, like, sexy and having sex.
Stefan has spent money adapting his house to accommodate a large number of very large women, outfitting all sitting items like beds and sun loungers and whatever with probably reinforced steel. Honestly, this is a tremendous idea because they are definitely going to need it. But in a lot of ways, it seems that Stefan has tried to make himself the Hugh Hefner of the fats, including making content with the ladies and having them make adult content with each other. He's also
and he gets to enjoy and reap the rewards for free. Well, not for free because he still has to pay for everything, but you know what I mean? At his convenience.
Hugely aware of what he's doing, and in this video, because it's got copyrighted audio, which they always do, so I can't show it to you, but he is joking about how he's a feeder, basically. What is important to note here, with all the joking aside, is that all of this whole experiment has been self-styled as body positivity, and you can see, based on the videos that I'm showing you, just how big these women are. Everything from top to bottom about this paradise place is
500
styled
pounds.
as cute and quirky and fun and cutesy, when in actuality
they glorify it because they want to keep perpetuating the cycle. Again, it's the glorification of something like hedonism or something that's not good for you. It's not objectively good for you to gorge yourself until you die. It's just not. Sorry.
It's not really at all. And the longer that I looked, the more that I found that it's just...
I bet you would get way more outrage if you had the opposite happen of a bunch of a man who's really into, like, extremely thin women, and he's, like, you know, making, you know, content with them and, like, filming them and shit. There would be way more outrage, in my opinion. It's because one of them is, like, a little bit more accepted than the other.
Actually really quite dark. Not only the paradise thing, but...
Sorry, YouTube doesn't like that word. I'll have to time you out. I'm sorry.
Also,
Or
the
delete
feeder
it.
thing in general. Get your seatbelt
I can't say the word, but you know what I mean. It's the bad word.
extenders.
You
and
didn't do
strap
anything
in,
wrong.
Kids.
You didn't do anything
Strap
wrong.
in now. A photojournalist called Emily Kask, that's hard to say, actually lived in the home for a month and documented what she saw there. In her interview with the Daily Mail, she said that while adult filmmaking is not enforced there, as in it's not expected of the
Oh, but everybody does it, and everybody, you know, wants to pitch in some way. Yeah, it's not enforced.
women, it is common. Many
you
of the
need a
women at the
pass?
house are
No.
mattress actresses, I guess, so to speak, and they advertise their
No.
content and collaborate with one another in the house.
Ah,
so it sort of sounds
collaborate.
like a normal OF content house, except with infinitely more roles. In a statement made to the Daily Mail as well, Stefan confirmed what Kask said, admitting that women at his fat paradise are involved in OF and other adult work. Tremendous stuff, everyone. I really hope that the beds are reinforced as well. While Stefan claims he doesn't benefit from these young women financially, multiple girls
Okay, it's one thing to see hot chicks kissing each other, but seeing two fat chicks kissing is like, whoa.
in the docuseries
No,
have
I'm
confirmed
good.
that they
I'm
were giving
good.
him a portion
No.
of their earnings. Those earnings were from either doing feederism content online or even booking in-person squash sessions. Yes, this
What the hell is a squash session?
is exactly what it sounds like. This is where men pay very large women to sit on them for adult gratification purposes.
Wouldn't you just die though? Yeah, like how heavy is a fridge? How heavy is the average fridge? Between 200 and 400 pounds. We're actually fucking kidding. We're actually trolling. We want to get crushed by a fridge. Wouldn't you die? A double fridge? I typed in average. I said average standard household refrigerator. I'm not talking about a double fridge or like an extra big one. This needs to stop. What are we doing?
Are men okay? I'm just wondering, are you guys okay? It's worth noting
Just about as okay as the women that like fantasize about monsters fucking them. Yeah.
that although feeder content is quite popular with certain people on the internet, it's not only taking place on OF and similar platforms. I mean, it's like, it's there as well, but it's also taking place publicly on regular social media platforms for all to see. But it is not super obvious to most of you unless you know what you're looking for. Didn't have watched 8,000 of these videos to make a video like this.
I'm so thankful other people do it. I would lose my mind.
I hate people eating food, and I don't think I can listen to it ever again. I mean, the obvious
I don't
stuff
like
is obvious,
mukbangs.
and this involves women usually rubbing who is formed. The obvious stuff is obvious, and this involves women usually rubbing their giant bellies or burping or
Oh, I've seen this one. This one's really sad because she said that when her mom passed away or something, she couldn't cope and she basically turned to food because food made her feel good because she really loved her mom or something. Yeah, this one was really depressing because she actually is self-aware enough to know that psychologically she's only doing this because it makes her feel really, really good when she's depressed. Yeah.
while being provocative. This woman, who is formerly a Feed E with an explicit channel, explains that a lot of this content isn't actually as explicit as you'd expect, and is actually just sort of weird run-of-the-mill things that these people find gratifying, if you will.
Because simply at my size, at nearly 600 pounds.
600 pounds? Oh my lord!
I'm from Southeast Asia, so I'm using Matrix system.
She's not 600 pounds now, right?
What is 600?
She lost
How much is
probably
600?
200 pounds. She's probably like 300-400 right now, if I had to guess. You know
Could've
your
been
game?
considered.
Yeah, I need to up my game. Yeah.
Theater content. A lot of people are surprised to learn that my content was 99% clothed and doing everyday tasks like walking up and down my stairs completely clothed. I would get requests to take a video just getting up and off the floor.
But yo, good for her though for losing fucking 200 pounds probably at this point. Yeah, like actually good for her, and actually giving awareness to people that like these people are fucking weird and they just want you to basically feed yourself until you die.
Still, the more
My
insidious
God.
content is and was made by people like Jellybean Sweets and Shay Eats Daily and Shirin
Oh
JK.
my butter mukbang. McChipkin dipped in orange soda.
Eats Daily and Shirin JK.
I don't even know,
People
bro.
have called out each of these women at
Ew,
one
fuck.
point in
Ew,
time
I'm
for
gonna
making
throw up. I'm gonna
content
puke. I'm
directed
gonna
at those
puke.
who find eating disgustingly, eating
canes.
huge amounts of food, weight gain,
la, 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 la.
the behavior that goes along with the weight gain in general, appealing. If that makes sense. I should add this isn't to be confused with mukbangs, which some people
I don't like mukbangs.
This is
I'm
called
sorry.
gross
still
bang.
view as
Oh, wait,
borderline
this sounds
this
very
sort of
wrong.
content, especially
take
in
it back,
America
take
where
it
a lot
back.
of people are gross about eating their food on camera. I should know.
Oh, but mukbangs came from Korea, but initially it was just like because people were lonely or something during the pandemic. What is mukbang?
But technically, mukbang was like way before pandemic. But at least the people that eat, they actually eat stuff that, you know, anyone watch like mukbang, like Korean people, like the people who lived in Korea, they ain't fat. Like they eat a lot, but they also work out a lot. You know, they work out what they're eating. They actually do calculation, this and that, yada yada stuff. I know there are fat few, but those who were kind of like afterward, like mukbang become like super popular, and then a lot more people comes to watch it, and a lot more people try to do that content without doing the proper you know, like food calculation, caloric calculations, or like the needed like exercise, kind of burn off those things. And those people who do mukbang is more like, oh, I do one mukbang video every month, and then the fat fuck is doing mukbang video every day. It's a different thing.
It's when you're eating food and you film yourself and post it online. And then it eventually involved like eating gratuitous amounts of food.
Yep.
Yeah, I think mukbangs initially were just like an innocent way of like having someone eat with you. That was like the concept. It came from Korea, and during the lockdowns, people got very, very lonely and sad. Yeah, and that's where it came from. And I think it had innocent connotations, but I think it eventually got really, really overblown and disgusting.
Because it's important
Yeah.
to be accurate, but I don't think that Jellybean Sweets is really making content like this at all anymore. And Shirin, I'm pretty sure that
It's from before lockdown. Yeah, but like that's when it blew up because people got really lonely. That's what I think.
she's actually injecting herself with weight loss medication. So, you know, do with that what you will. But I do think that Shirin is actually a particularly interesting case because she was called out for years online, particularly on Reddit, for posting content that seemed very feeder orientated, where she would be eating food in such a way, I'll show you in a sec, and she was making actually a lot of this content when she was underage.
See, underage. Yeah, told you, groomed into it.
She got gas into it, and she ate that gas.
God, get it off the screen. I'm sorry, I'm gonna puke. No.
Posted to Reddit and
No,
completely
no,
torn
no.
apart, with people observing that she's deliberately trying to get ranch on her face to simulate, well, you know. I don't
Yeah, I can see that.
know if you guys know this, but there is functionally no reason ever to eat like this. Better question, who eats like this?
Me. Actually, not like that. But it's not that sloppy the way I eat. It's just I naturally eat like a fucking kid. Okay. I don't know why. I eat anything with a sauce. It's always around my mouth for some reasons. But it's not like sloppy enough. It's just like dripping. Okay. It's like if I eat anything like with like like those kind of oyster black sauce like around it, soy sauce, yada yada stuff. After I finish eating it, you will see you find like my surrounding mouth is just black colors, like noodles that coated with those sauce. Maybe I eat some things that have been dipped, the other stuff. Generally, I'm the kind of person who finish eating, you will see like a few grain of rice on my face. It's not like I'm sloppy eater too. I'm actually a very careful eaters, and all my family can attest to that, and they have no idea how I get so many stuff on my face. It's apparently fucking magic.
Again, I'm
freaks.
super grossed out by mouth sounds generally, but these videos are deeply uncomfortable to watch due to the amount of moaning and other noises that she makes. Don't worry.
And that's a child. Yep.
My puddings, I won't show you. I know that a lot of you watch these videos and are like, Sydney, please! If you're interested, and I hope you're not, you can and look these up in your own time.
I believe you. I take your word for it.
Not very hard to find because they're all over TikTok, as it turns out. The moaning is actually a huge component in this sort
And fucking TikTok. Never fucking download TikTok, okay? Promise me.
of borderline
Who
content.
the fuck moans while they're eating?
It would be like, like that. That one is fine.
And it's also the eye rolling and the constant nodding and the weird bliss faces.
Tako's dipped in butter.
Fucking ice cream. Oh no, it's butters. But why is red? Why does red in the butter?
This is too Amerifat for me, bro.
How the fuck like you dip into fucking butters? If you dip into a fucking chili sauce or ketchup, I would not have that much questions. Okay. You put in fucking honey mustard, I still kind of like fine with it. Like at this point, like here's the thing: I grew up Asians, but I eat a lot of Western food for being Asians. Okay, I live in Malaysia, obviously, but we do have lots of like Western food cultures like mixed into it, like left and right, and like many different like kind of food cultures. But one thing I never really butters. Why fucking dip shit on butter? I never really find any appealing on butter at all. Like almost zero. I eat like salty stuff, but I never go for butters. Like because like usually a lot of what I would assume that a lot of people want butters. Hi there, thank you. Man, new type of bot has been invading me. Even you are not bot. Anyone to type that long? I consider you a psycho. Get out. Again, where was I again? Ah, yes. Butters. Butters. Man. Like, I know there's like two type of butters. There's like the salted butters and then the normal butters. And then not the butter. The the margarine or something like that. I forgot. Like all those type of like stuff. Like I can see the appealing. You kind of spread on bread, you know, add a little bit salty into it. People put fucking Marmites on it just to like make it a little salty. That's the thing. Like people somehow like salt on fucking bread. Don't know why. You put salt and put something sweet on it, like jams or kayang. Yeah, I can see the appealing on that. But anything other on that? No. No. You're dipping your fucking like chicken wings into it. No.
Bro.
I think when the rest of us eat
Ew.
food, we just eat it. You know, it's not for show.
Yeah, we eat it. We are not like doing additional fucking butters, like layers of butters on it, okay? If you put layers of cheese on it, then I would have no qualms. But butters?
Purposes. It's for living and not perishing of malnutrition. On one Shay Eats Daily video, this
Why are we growling with every bite? It's breathing. What? Wait. I love this food.
person asks, why are you growling with every bite?
And while we're on the topic of mukbangers who make like low-key softcore like feederism content on this app, why do they all do this one move? Like, why are your eyes closed?
They're enjoying their food.
Why are your eyes? Open your eyes!
Critics of some of these people have pointed out that they often go live on social media and eat, and this is where other people give them money.
Girl, I have no idea you're pregnant or not pregnant.
And this is just generally the case for a lot of public feeder
So weird.
type social media people. As you can probably expect, I'd say most of these women know precisely what they're doing. They just haven't yet graduated to making an OF or adult content that's built around this community. And don't get me wrong, there are plenty of these accounts out there.
Phoebe is a social network and community for feeders, feedies, Myers, and BBWBHM. What the hell is BHM? Is it where a quirky, plump belly, chubby, fat, obese, supersized, and so much more. Currently 5,000 online. Big handsome men? I mean, I guess it's equality. That's a step, right? Probably not as many, right though? Right?
There are even full websites dedicated to all of this where feeders and feedies can gather together and do whatever this is. Copyrighted music, yeah, we can't do the thing because it's copyrighted music and I'm too lazy to find other music. But our friend Stefan and all of the fat women, they engage in all of this too. Yes, regrettably, they do all of this too. Stefan has played into dangerous elements of feederism like encouraging weight gain, which is obvious, and teasing the women for being too small. In the first episode,
Butter fat shake, coronary dog, double bypass, triple bypass, quadruple bypass. Yeah, we watched a video on it, and then like after a while I thought about it. When I was done with the video, I'm like, I don't know, bro. I feel like you go in there and you might be like a giga fat person. It's kind of on you at that point. Yeah, if you die, you die, I suppose.
Of the docuseries, we follow Stefan and his—
like, yeah, obviously you're still evil for making money off of it, but like, I mean, it is what it is. It's kind of like McDonald's serving food, and then there's fat people that eat it and die from that. Is the McCrelly or the quadruple bypass burger worse? Ooh, wait. Okay, quadruple bypass burger calories. Chad, do you remember the calories that I calculated for the McCrelly? I think it was like 6,000 calories? 3,400. Oh yeah, this is way worse. This is 10,000 calories, apparently. It's 3 pounds of fucking beef. Yeah. Yeah, that's insane.
harem of fat women to the Heart Attack
Congrats,
Grill,
McCrelly. It's
which
not
is now
that bad,
closed,
huh?
just by the way, where anybody over 350 pounds gets to eat for free.
10,000,
This
yes.
is what? This is a terrible idea
The
on
four
its
stack.
own. Why does this exist? Who thought that this was good? I'm sort of shocked that there are all these places that will reward you if you eat 8 billion calories in one sitting, but nobody rewards you for being skinny.
Oh crap! Did we get ads?
There is.
Oh,
It's not
let's
in
keep it
Western.
rolling. 3, 2, 1. Boom.
Is being skinny the reward? What is this? I want a reward. All of these women, most topping out over 500.
Your award is not dying at like 35.
100 pounds get a free meal while they joke that Stefan always has to pay for his. While they're eating, this man shoves a camera in their face so that he can post videos later for other feeders to observe and enjoy. Stefan also admits that their views double when he
Do you think he like pops a fat one when he's like out and about? He's gotta, dude.
posts these kind of eating videos. And obviously this
Like, look at that smile, bro.
holds true for other similar content found online. These videos rack up hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of views. Personally, they make me want to throw up in my own mouth. Despite how much everyone, Stefan and these women included, argue that this is all about body positivity and acceptance, it's pretty clear to see that this is all about addressing a deranged adult fantasy. Stefan is a particularly asinine figure because he promises these women, usually quite young, acceptance and community, and then he uses them for said adult content. I should mention as well, and you guys could probably guess this honestly, but our friend Stefan has been accused of SA and other awful things, but I don't want to get into that in this video because there's some things to explain there. But you can
That's
also
fair.
look that up online if you are interested in more details. So instead of...
I mean, when you put a bunch of women with one man inside of a place where it's like you're fetishizing or like uber sexualizing them, yeah, the odds
It's
of
gonna
that
happen.
happening is pretty high. It's not 100%, but it
And
is
also, he's
high.
rich too, so
Sailing down that
that
sad
become
and
like an
horrible
additional
path,
point.
we are
to it.
instead going to sail down this other sad and horrible path. Unfortunately, as we have discussed on this channel previously, when you are part of some of these movements, be it fat acceptance or health at every size or just generally weighing a metric ton, that does things to the human body. Being this big does things to the human body that often result in death. Fat influencers have continued to die over the years, and as you can imagine, given how insanely huge feedy women get, their hearts give out just the same.
Yeah,
Your
what a
knees
surprise.
are simply not meant to carry this much weight. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad tidings.
Literally an entire
No, dude,
fridge
fucking
on
Andre
your
the
body.
Giant. Yes,
Chat.
he died. He died young. He died young.
An entire fridge. 200 to 400 pounds is the average fridge. 90 to 181 kilograms.
So it should probably shock none of you to learn that some of the women who were at Paradise died. One woman named Cass, who had an intimate relationship with Stefan,
Hi,
died
Mia,
because
what's
of
up?
partaking in feederism that began while living at Paradise. Stefan
Oh, that's crazy. She didn't start off like that, but then they groomed her into it. That's so weird. Oh, sweetie, you don't have to do this shit. No. It's all consensual. You have a choice.
maintains that he didn't know that she was into this niche, while all the girls have said that he was fully aware and believed that she would still be alive had she not met Stefan. Another woman named Shay also fell ill while living at Paradise and died in May of 2026 from pneumonia and
Everyone
influenza,
dies.
the same thing that
Yep.
ultimately killed Cass. Ziamara
Yeah, when you're that fat, your immune system drops completely, and because you're not consuming good nutrition as well, because you're eating so much and it's all crap pretty much, your immune system basically just like dies. Yeah.
who I'm pretty sure I've actually talked about before on this channel. It all blends together in
Your
the end.
endocrine system.
Everybody just looks the same to me. Also visited Paradise and did feeder content during her stay, but while there, she experienced a medical emergency. She was ultimately hospitalized for months and even put into a medically induced coma a few times.
What? Medically induced coma?
Stefan visited her in hospital. He brought pizza and mozzarella sticks.
Yeah, guys, I really care. Yeah, that's her choice, bro. Yeah, bro, it's a choice.
At her request. Ah, yes, the breakfast of champions. Stefan was obviously widely criticized.
Going in for the finisher? Yeah, he literally just like grabbed the steel chair and clubbed her over the head.
Online, and there was a bunch of people who were saying that he was the reason that Xiomara ended up being hospitalized in the first place because of his feeder tendencies and all the crap that he does to these women. Unsurprised.
Yeah, your endocrine system, which is tied to your hormones, right? They start getting really dysregulated and fucked up. It can trigger your PCOS. It can make it worse. It can induce really, really bad hormonal fluctuations, which, yeah, I know people pointed out and saying, haha, it's a he. That's what happens when your hormones get messed up if you're a woman, and when you're that fat, your endocrine system basically shuts down and fails. So you get pumped full of testosterone and your estrogen can't keep up. Yeah. There's like more nuance to it. I'm not a doctor, but like that's essentially what happens. It's really sad.
Unsurprisingly, he more or less pushed off all of this criticism and said that this was not his fault or his problem because he's not this woman's parent. He is just a friend. And so if she's asking him to do something, he's going to do it for her. You know, that's a really crazy thought. If I had heroin addicted friends who were hospitalized because they OD'd, I would obviously bring them more heroin if they asked.
Yeah, but people don't perceive food addiction the same as drug addiction. That's what's kind of like really fucked up about this whole thing. Yeah. It's way more accepted and it's like considered, oh, it's fat shaming. It's like, no, I just care about your health, buddy. Yeah. I'm sure a lot of these girls, unironically, if they were not 400 pounds and they were quote unquote a normal healthy weight, they would not be ugly and they would just be like normal women, like, I don't know, freaking having kids or something.
That's clearly the answer to these scenarios. The dude can't even resist doing a feederism when somebody is in hospital. That's how deep this issue goes.
I think you should be arrested for that. Like, bringing in fat food. I don't know. Maybe not, like, you know, thrown into jail, but, like, something's gotta give, you know?
Deep it is seated in his soul. This is clearly insane, and while this excuse is great for plausible deniability, anyone with a few working brain cells can see how it is in fact enabling behavior. As per usual with videos like this, the feeder community is so widespread and has so many different little things associated with it that this video that you are watching right now just doesn't even begin to scratch the surface. But this paradise place seems to be the stuff of nightmares, and I'm not super surprised that it actually exists. As long as there are people who are attracted to this sort of thing, there are going to be other
a place of acceptance and love. Yeah, I love you so much that I just want you to go to the hospital and perish.
people who show up to accommodate that interest. And that's basically all this is. An entire house dedicated to huge women accommodating the interest of not only one man, but thousands of men around the world.
Yeah.
And like I said, this is sort of just the tip of the iceberg.
And it's sad because this is like her first kind of like, it is essentially misogyny, because like people are always like, oh, well, you know, I want female empowerment and like I don't want to be used for men, but like you're gratifying.
I hate to say this, most LGBT movements and feminist movements are their own kind worst enemy. Maybe at the very beginning it's a nice thing, but they fought a war so long they forgot the plot. Like I have to say this, like the most performative bullshit, like streamers that do all this like gassing up shit. Especially they always like say, oh, we are all for women's stuff, you know, women empowerment. They are the one of the most misogynistic people I ever see. Because they only need the brownie point from saying it, they don't actually have to do it. They said it like they did it. But in reality, they didn't do jack shit. Just like false gassing people up for no reason. I didn't have to like watch the entire video. Like, you guys get the point.
Bringing in for a soft landing.
What are you doing? Stop that! With your powers, I'll get pregnant! Oh.
Crypto. Take me home.
Crypto, you got my head! Crypto, you got my head! Oh! I should never have invested in crypto! What are you doing? Oh, God damn it, crypto! My voice confirms my identity.
Superman, what has crypto done to you?
Thank you.
No need to thank us, sir, as we will not appreciate it. We are soulless automatons, all 387 of us.
Fortress of Solitude has become something of a misnomer.
14 fractured bones in left hand.
Damage to bladder, kidney, testicles, urethra.
He must have punched himself in the ghoulies.
Impregnated by Kryptonian canine. That's new.
Good God. Hope you got insurance, buddy.
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
You'd let me interview you as Superman.
Sure.
Ready?
Let's do it, Kronk.
Jesus. You really do need those glasses, don't you? Clark, it's me, Lois.
What? Oh. Hi.
Oh, what? Now you know it's me? You don't want to do the interview?
No.
You know Walter Cronkite is dead, right?
Well, that's actually one of the reasons I was so excited for the interview.
So when you kissed me earlier...
I've always admired his journalistic integrity.
Recently, you've come under a lot of fire.
Oh, it was one can of dog food.
Feed this to crypto!
Yeah, but it was a full can.
That's true. I felt all 12 of those ounces.
Today, the Secretary of Defense said he was going to look into your actions.
I'm gonna look into Superman's actions. Someone tell Lois. My actions? I stopped a war.
Maybe.
Not maybe. Definitely be. All right. Yep. No war to see here. I didn't just stop it. I kindly rewound it, ejected it, and returned it to Blockbuster.
Dated reference?
Shh. Do you hear that?
Hear what?
You don't hear the Edwin Starr song War playing right now?
No.
That's because I stopped it. It was playing earlier, but I stopped it.
I don't think you want this behavior published.
I'm gonna stop this war before it starts and say next question.
In effect, you illegally entered a country.
Superman, please respect our sovereign borders.
I illegally entered the planet. No one minded.
Republicans did.
Check it out. Bitchaman v. Superman. Nailed it.
Did you consult with the president?
Yes, that's how the war started.
You seemingly acting as a representative of the
I wasn't
United
representing
States will
anybody
cause more
except for me
problems
and
around
Bang
the world.
energy drinks. I love that super creatine.
I would question myself and be racked with doubt and insecurity and start biting my nails.
People were going to die. Like Walter Cronkite.
Superman, if you knew how hard I petitioned to get the city to fill this pothole, I know in my heart you would have chosen anywhere else to land.
Hey, buddy. Eyes up here. How would you like it if I stared at the bulge in your red underpants?
How do you know my underpants are red?
'Cause you're wearing them for everyone to see.
No, I'm not. They're under my pants, hence the name. You must be using your X-ray vision. Wait, is that why you wear your underpants on the outside? You think everyone's doing that? Gotta go.
Ow! You're hurting my neck, stupid man!
She's just a little girl. She doesn't know what she's saying.
Superman. The most powerful being on Earth, who also just happens to be a full 10 in the looks department, has somehow become a hot topic of conversation. Meanwhile, no one has purchased my audiobook. I will not accept that. Order 1 million copies.
Please, drive forward, ma'am.
Okay. It always takes some time for it to warm up. Just let it breathe for a minute.
Ma'am, I don't know if we have a minute.
Don't rush me, jerk! I'm easily flustered.
Hey! Quit messing around!
I'm not messing around. I'm messing in this one spot.
Don't pretend to be a monogamous messer when we both know you are one promiscuous boy!
Oh, no! I hit the nostril! Oh, God. That's it. I'm done. Just go ahead and eat me, buddy.
Well, I'm not going to eat my own snot. What do you take me for?
I'm hitting bottom.
Look, up in the sky!
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
No, it's Superman dripping in kaiju booger.
Oh!
Oh, God.
That's nasty!
I'm skipping lunch!
Don't look up.
You have a dog?
He's not just a dog. He's the father of my child, and his name is Crypto.
Isn't the name of your planet Krypton? That's like me naming my dog Earth Creature.
I guess I am not super when it comes to naming pets.
Or giving interviews. Or saving lives. Or putting your pants on.
It really is Pile-On Superman Day, isn't it? Hey, buddy. Eyes down here. We want to thank you for watching. And don't forget to look up Artspear Entertainment and check out their other videos.
Like any good journalist, you should get to know your subject intimately. But what... while you're here, make sure to share, like, comment, and subscribe to the Daily Planet. I mean, Artsphere.
And if you want to be super to an otherworldly degree, you can donate, become a channel member, or join our Patreon.
Isn't there someone whose life you should be saving right now?
Yeah.
It's always really great.
Probably.
Too bad! YouTube is trying to bury all the animation channel. I only watch them sometimes. I even rewatch them.
It's not about control. Stand down. Hey, what did I say about disemboweling people? No, I said don't do it, remember? It's a relationship, based on respect. Of course I see other raptors, babe. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to be upset. I have too much respect for you. These animals are thinking, I gotta eat. I gotta hunt. I gotta wrestle with a stubborn gear stick. You wouldn't understand because you're an uptown girl living in your white bread world. I only eat whole grain.
Oh my god, this is my favorite part.
Okay, folks, she's a little shy, so give her a hand when she comes out.
Wow, she really is shy.
Every time we've unveiled a new attraction, attendance has spiked. This is completely at odds with all our research on theme park attendance.
It doesn't make any sense.
We've created our first genetically modified hybrid by combining the DNA of a T-Rex with the brain of Ted Bundy.
Kill, 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 kill. At the risk of sounding commonsensical, probably not a good idea.
Think I'll scare the kids?
This will give the parents nightmares. We should make it kids only. That wall is 40 feet high. You really think she climbed out? Depends. On what? Whether she climbed out this wall or that one. Hey guys, what happened to that big dinosaur that was in here?
What is that?
Her tracking implant, she clawed it out.
How would it know to do that?
She remembered where they put it in, right under the tracking implant tattoo. She's a highly intelligent animal. She will kill anything that moves. And what could be more intelligent than that? Killing things that move? I think we should put her in charge of the hunt for the escaped dinosaur.
She is the escaped dinosaur.
I know, she's overqualified. She's killing for sport. I hate to think what she's doing for money.
Can you save this animal?
No, it's a practical animatronic. 10 to 1 odds it gets replaced by CGI before the film's released.
Oh, God.
You got 20,000 people with nowhere to go. You have got to install some toilet facilities. We're going after it with everything we got. Mm-hmm. Ah, dang. I knew we should have stopped for gas. You guys mind? Raptors, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? She's tranked. Okay, come on. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Are you okay?
I'm okay.
Are you sure she's doped?
Yeah, of course. I gave her the full dose. You were standing right next to her when I did it.
Yeah, I know. It's weird. I don't actually remember seeing the needle go in. Although I have to admit, my memory is a little hazy at the moment.
Oh dear. I did it again, didn't I? There's a T-Rex in here?
I know why we're here. A rescue op to save the dinosaurs.
Blue is alive. You raised her.
You raised Blue up so she could snack on humans. Yeah, get that Jurassic World employee, Blue. Get it. I didn't just raise her. I nursed her. Or did you forget about my distended friend here?
No, I can honestly say I've never forgotten about that. Hard as I try.
I don't know why I didn't nurse her on both sides, though. That was a mistake.
I don't know why you didn't use the formula. Maybe that was the mistake.
Hey, breast is best.
Not from where I'm sitting.
Ooh. You know me. Wait. You recognize me now, don't you? Think I still got a little juice left? For old
old time's sake. Come on. That's a mercy kill.
Guys! This was meant to be a beautiful, private moment between a raptor and its wet nurse. Although I am not ashamed to feed in public.
Hazy.
Run! Run! I don't know why I had to say run twice to get you to run!
We had to make sure exactly which direction you wanted us to run. The dinosaurs chasing you was sufficient confirmation.
I would have just assumed the direction away from the erupting volcano, but whatever.
Oh no! It's a Hellboyosaurus! One of our licensed IPs.
Another team rescue? Man, you really care about human beings, don't you? Well, as long as they're not sitting on a toilet. Wait, what the? Hey, is that room enough for 3? Oh, I'm too late. Quick! Take this in your mouth! There's some air inside and it's your only chance!
You know what? That's cool. I think I'm just gonna drown.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, don't worry about me. It was all a lie! They said I didn't have to bag beachwear!
We're gonna sell them. What kind of monster would try and make money off these things?
Sold to the spiky gentleman in the back row.
Yay-haw! I got you all night, baby.
What is that thing?
This is the most dangerous creature that ever walked the earth. We call it a human being. Well, what did you expect?
I got one of those at home.
These creatures were here before us.
Oh, big monster, dude. This wave has totally been claimed already. Surfing etiquette 101, yo. Oh, give me a break.
And if we're not careful, they're gonna be here after.
He's right. We do have this room booked after you, and you're running into overtime, FYI.
You're not the only one who gets cold at night. Mom! Indoraptor stole my blankie! Shut up!
I wanted to show them something that wasn't an illusion.
Yeehaw! Ride 'em, Dino Boy!
But these days it's cheaper to do it all in CGI.
Man, it is so great to be free and single and not tied down.
Poor thing. You must be freezing. That's better, isn't it? Listen here, you tree-chopping jerks. These gentle creatures are just like me, and I want them treated with dignity and respect.
Shoot her! Shoot her!
Strange. That dinosaur's not even carnivorous. Hurry up with that firewood, Macy! I'm freezing my ass off in here without my scarf!
Blue had a baby. That's impossible.
She never told me she was pregnant. Well, I'm not paying for it!
What?
Well, how do we even know it's my... I mean, dinosaurs are expensive.
You look just like your mother.
Well, I think she looks more like... I've never known true love until this moment.
We can't keep her here forever.
No, I don't want her here forever. But at least until she's 21. That way she'll focus on her studies and not on those unspayed, undressed gynosaurs that can't keep it in their lack of pants. With hair like hers, you know she's gonna be popular. Oh, I'm in trouble. We're eating tonight, boys! No! Damn it! Why'd this have to happen during my visitation time? This looks really bad for the single dads! I promise you, I am gonna get her back. Not that it's my fault in any way. I mean, I'm not pointing fingers here. But I never taught her to accept dead animals from strangers. No! Okay, I'm going!
Genetic power has now been unleashed.
We made a terrible mistake.
We?
Okay, I created the terrible monsters, but I didn't let them out of the cage.
Well, how would you like to be caged, Woo?
I don't like it! Ah! I need my mother!
The
the doomsday clock might be about out of time, so if you ever wanted to take a ride on the merry-go-Malcolm, I'll take you up on that, Ian. That clock ran out in college, Alan.
Hey! Scooters aren't permitted in the courtyard! Try to warn you.
Ellie Sattler.
Alan Grant.
You look different. Did you change your hair or something?
Alan, wake up. You had another one of your episodes, didn't you?
Yeah.
They're becoming more frequent, aren't they? What do you think it means?
That one day I'll wake up, and from that moment forward, in my eyes, every living person will be a talking raptor.
Welcome to Jurassic Hell.
Precisely.
You coming or what?
The call to adventure, music swelling, camera pushing in on me like it always used to. I am the hero of this story.
Owen Grady's waiting for us on his motorbike.
Damn it. I'm just a legacy tag-along.
If our world's gonna survive, what matters is what we do now. What if our world doesn't survive? Well, hopefully one day they'll be stupid enough to bring us back with genetic technology. Let's go find some mosquitoes to bite us and then drown them in tree sap.
We not only lack dominion over nature, we lack dominion over nurture. Anyone who's witnessed the horror of Owen Grady's distended, lactating man-teat will know that to be true.
That's another plane, right? Because there's no way anyone would have made a flying reptile the size of a plane, right? I mean, what would be the point of that?
Please let me in! I missed takeoff, but I gotta make this flight! It's an international connection! I got my boarding pass. Oh no! What did I do to deserve this? Whoa, damn it!
I think I can see why Blue is fighting for sole custody. Is that kid even alive?
Yeah, she was breathing when I strapped her on.
What's the child safety protection rating on that harness?
Oh, okay, I see. Everyone pick on the new dad. You think you could do a better job raising this dinosaur? How many kids do you have?
8 that I know of.
You think her neck should be better supported?
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell her mother, okay? I'm on thin ice as it is. Whoa, he must have fashioned that shank in captivity. I wonder, though, was he like this before he went into the cage? Or was it the cage that made him this way?
What is that?
Looks like we're not the only dinosaurs they brought back from the original.
Howdy there.
Mr. DNA. I don't know how, but he found a way.
Don't get familiar, friend. That's Mr. Deoxyribose nucleic acid to the likes of y'all.
InGen? Masrani? Crazy Dr. Wu? You were behind it all?
Sure, why not? It's usually the AI running the show.
I thought you were just an animated character.
That's right. Animated intelligence.
Where'd you come from?
From your blood. Just one drop of your blood contains billions of strands of DNA. The building blocks of life.
Oh my God.
There's billions of him in my blood! Quick! There's only one way to stop him!
Tell my daughter I wish I could have taken her to the zoo and locked her in her first cage.
What the f did I just watch?
The head's at the wrong end, guys.
Dr. Henry Loomis, this is Zora Bennett, our mission specialist.
Sorry, what mission?
Mission paleontological. If you choose to accept. This would be a medical breakthrough that could save countless lives. Turns out dinosaurs cured cancer 65 million years ago. But just like Big Pharma, they kept it secret.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to steal it from them.
I can guarantee your safety. I mean, more or less.
More or less?
Okay, you got me, it's less.
He's your guy?
We're the best at moving things and people in and out of places they shouldn't be.
How do you know you're the best? Who the hell's done an official ranking of the top 10 people smugglers? We go towards Barbados, avoid government patrol, but there aren't that many anymore. Why is that? Patrols are expensive. Would you rather Barbadian taxes go to patrols or welfare? Think before you get all political, man. All I said was, why is that? No, shh. I don't want to hear another word out of you.
This island was the research facility, the original Jurassic Park.
I thought that was Isla Sorna.
No, that's where they raised the dinosaurs.
Oh, how many damn islands was this company spread across?
Well, let's see. There's the island where they fertilized them, the island where they hatched them, the island where they toilet trained them, the island where they castrated them, the island where they baptized them.
We need DNA from the 3 biggest dinosaurs. Oh, you mean Supersaurus, Maripanosaurus, and Argentinosaurus? Check it out, all 3 of them right there. And they're peaceful, slow-moving sauropods, so this will be a cinch. Actually, you know what? I had that wrong. We need DNA from the biggest pterosaur, the biggest mosasaur, and the biggest dinosaur that's also carnivorous, fast, and deadly. Well, it's gonna be a lot harder now. Do we have to get a sample from an egg? I'm allergic to dairy.
Maybe we should beat it. Us, not the egg.
Oh, crap. The parents are back from date night. Gotta hide the evidence. Oh my God! We're never gonna be able to sell this in liquid form.
Oh, fuck! Ah! Thank God I'm attached to something! Ah! Thank God I'm attached to something!
These dinosaurs were too dangerous for the original park, which, as we all know, was a beacon of safety. Please don't say they're raptors. They're not. Velociraptor was the size of a turkey. These are more likely Deinonychus, a closely related but much larger species. Okay, nerd. Way to make me regret asking. The worst of the worst were left here. I'm talking dinosaurs with feathers. Ew, gross. I know. You're either a bird or a dinosaur. Make up your mind and stop confusing people.
Come on! Oh, shit!
Duncan! We're missing a flare! Have you seen it?
We put ourselves in a place we don't belong.
Hey, buddy, I think I belong on the other side of this door. What do you reckon? Can I open it, please?
Not until you admit that Spinosaurus is better than T-Rex.
Never! Ah!
Survival is a long shot. But don't forget, life always happens upon a means of going about stuff.
That's deep.
Well, I don't want to take credit. It's kind of a famous quote. Guys, we appear to have sprung 10 leaks and created an ocean.
What the hell are those? Drowning stegosaurs with webbed plates?
They're helping the mosasaur defend territory, stalk, hunt.
If you're drawing a distinction between stalking and hunting, does that mean the mosasaur wants to bone us?
I drew you a picture!
Oh my God. Injim was experimenting with dinosaur DNA, creating unholy distortions of nature.
What do we call these things? Mutants. Who/what are you?
My name is Snarls Rex Xavier, but you can call me Professor T-Rex. I was once an unassuming Tyrannosaurus.
until InGen mutated my walnut brain into something far grander and with a slightly conceited upper-class British leaning.
How'd you end up in a wheelchair?
Gout.
Are there others like you?
I had many mutant brothers and sisters, including but not limited to Triclops, Wolveraptor, Dead Plodigus, and Ornithistique, to name drop a choice few.
What happened to them?
There were those who refused to embrace the concept of mutant dinosaurs, thought they were lame, an unnecessary addition to a dwindling series desperate for new ideas. They tried to make us extinct, and for the most part, they succeeded. Don't bother trying to make them understand, Snarls. What are you doing, Stagnito? We are the future of dinosaurs, Snarls. They can either accept it or go and get their dinosaur fix from another movie about dinosaurs. Oh, wait! There isn't one! The Jurassic franchise has monopolized the market! Careful! InGen gave him the power to manipulate all forms of dinosaur feces.
Thanks, InGen. Thanks for everything.
Thanks for watching. And special thanks if this is the 4th Jurassic World trailer spoof of ours you've watched.
It's true. We've been spoofing these dinosaurs since 2015, back when they looked like this.
Oof, that one should have stayed extinct.
If you want to help us continue to evolve, please like, share, comment, and subscribe.
And if you want to be a 1 in 65 million person
Wilson! Thanks for coming in.
Well, thank you for the invite, sir. But I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the new look. They said, gotta lose the mustache or lose the election. Apparently the main issue voters care about is facial hair. So you know what I did?
You went with the first option.
How'd you guess?
Well, I had 2 big clues. The fact that you no longer have a mustache, and the fact that you're the president.
This is why I like you, Sam. Nothing gets past you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, Thaddeus Ross. I'm sorry.
This is ridiculous. Isaiah, no! Oh my God, there's so much blood! Where the hell is Captain America?
What do we know?
There were 5 shooters. This was a coordinated terrorist attack, sir. Their purses matched their shoes.
If they can afford Louis Vuitton, then what are they angry about? I was a wartime general. Now I'm a wartime president. Soon I'll be a wartime emperor.
I don't think that's how the ranking goes.
Get out of my head!
Sir, your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that, or you don't want to.
My inner circle's fine.
Then what's this right here?
I can't see that.
You can't see this gap right here?
Maybe I don't want to.
This is exactly what I feared.
I still have my outer circle.
They're already inside the outer circle. They've compromised the inner circle.
None of this would have happened if you just listened to my idea and made it an inner square. See? Where's your gap now?
Right here where it's always been.
How dare you!
Wait for it.
Nuh-uh! I'm not falling for that short-form video clickbait phrase anymore!
But you missed the best part!
I did?
You may be Captain America, but you're not Steve Rogers. I can discern that from this distance even without my glasses. Are you impressed?
Always, sir.
Now get out, so I can take my nightly supplement.
Whoa. How many nightlies have those of you done?
Get this guy's hand out of my face!
Since when did we elect a Red Hulk president? This is a classic bait and switch.
The metamorphosis I've just undergone completely defies physics, as I have undoubtedly gained matter.
Smart Red Hulk?
Sorry for that interruption. I propose we increase the number of political parties. The people will have a greater chance of having their voices heard if that voice doesn't first have to be filtered through one of only 2 mouthpieces.
Oh my god! He's too smart! Shoot him!
You want me? Come and get me!
I neither want you, nor am I inclined to obtain you. If we can't resolve the conflict between the 2 of us peacefully, how do we ever expect to peacefully resolve conflicts between nations?
Man, I just want to throw my shield at things. Steve never had to deal with this shit.
Ask not what Art Spirit can do for you.
Kids, put your phones down and stop perving on TikTok girls. Let me tell you the story of the space underwear model Thor Swollen Son. After almost preventing his friends from saving Earth, Thor pulled a Christian Bale and dropped a life-threatening amount of weight in a very short period. After which he, ironically, reclaimed his heavyweight title.
These hands were once used for battle. Actually, that's a lie. They were used many times for battle. But now they're humble tools for peace and gardening.
Let's see if we can propagate some more Groots.
I need to figure out exactly who I am. No matter how many people I have to kill with my battle hands.
Die! Mjolnir! Mjolnir's near. Mjolnir! Yep, Mjolnir! Come on now, don't play hard to wield. Get where you going, you piece of shit!
Jane? This hammer, I swear to myself. Oh, my crazy ex. Haven't seen her since she dumped me via text. Now she shows up without notice, completely hammered, to a battle with mutual enemies that's been planned for weeks, and she's modeled herself to look exactly like me. I mean, how the heck am I supposed to interpret that? I mean, she looked great, obviously. Strong and muscly and blonde. No! It's too weird!
What's it been, like 3, 4 years?
How dare you? I'll have you know, I've had many sexual partners since you. I knock 'em down like a wrecking ball. Try spell my ass!
I meant 3 or 4 years since we've seen each other.
Oh. Well, we should make an effort to shorten the time between catch-ups.
I was gonna suggest the exact opposite.
Understood.
Am I, sensing feelings?
Such as?
Rejection, shame, humiliation.
Your senses are very finely attuned. My name is Gore, and I'm very proud to be your local god butcher. Can I interest you in a prime cut of deity? I've got Sigean sirloin, boulder briskets, or maybe some Modi mince. This is my vow. You'll never taste a piece of meat so divine. Ew! Oi! Where do you think all your god meat comes from, eh? They were bred for this purpose. So take your vegan piety to some other realm, yeah?
It's just my first bad guy. Everyone I've killed up until now has been decent and virtuous.
Then why'd you kill them?
Practice.
You are not like the other gods I've killed. You're more free range. Yeah, that'll be the Bifrost. Really gets you around.
Everything looks like a nail!
My turn! Oh, Stormbreaker sucks! I wish to revert to my previous operating weapon. Let's see who you are. I take off your disguise. And flick!
Oh.
You flick too hard, damn it!
Should we help him? There's no helping that. Grape.
Oh.
Well, I can't now.
No worries. I will simply suck the garments back onto your body. Suck. Nobody move. This is all salvageable product. And as I always say, the best time to cut meat is just after it's been thawed.
Thank you so much for watching. Please use your incredible powers for good and share, like, comment, and subscribe. You'll have our love.
And our thunder. I don't know what that entails, but you'll have it.
Special thanks to all our patrons and members.
Ah yes, especially our Spearheads of Destiny and our Golden...
Oh, look at this. This is a good one. Some suggest that Parker's powers include the male spider's ability to hypnotize females.
That's ridiculous.
You will love me for all time!
See? You weren't even close to being hypnotized. Oh, that New York Post. They'll print anything. Also, can we just, like, stay up here all day? It is so crazy down there.
Yeah, down there. It's crazy.
That's right, folks. Spider-Man is, in fact, Peter Parker. Also making news tonight, Doctor Strange is Doctor Strange.
Listen, I did not kill Mysterio. The drones did. Oh, we already talked to the drones. They were on vacation in the Florida Keys at the time of the murder. They're lying! Oh, sure, 1,000 different drones all made up the exact same story. Give me a break, kid. You're gonna burn for this.
Does any part of you feel relieved about all this?
What do you mean?
Now that everybody knows you don't really have to hide, cheat, steal, or lie to people.
Okay, not sure about 2 of those, but for the record, I never wanted to lie to you. But how do you tell someone that you're Spider-Man?
For the record, this was the worst way to tell me.
Ahora MJ, Peter es el hombre araña.
But this isn't about me. This is hurting a lot of people. I love being famous. This is the best thing that's ever happened to me.
This publicity has saved me from charity work. I've dropped the non and I'm just making profit.
I've just been thinking about how to fix all of this. Can Winnie the Pooh somehow fix all of this? Or maybe I should go to Doctor Strange for help. Winnie the Pooh? No, Strange. Definitely Strange.
So, Peter, Pardon the mess. I spilled some cocaine at Wong's going away party last night.
I'm sorry to bother you, sir.
Please, you watch me save the universe. I think we're beyond you calling me sir.
Okay. Madam?
How can I help you, Peter?
When Mysterio revealed my identity, my entire life got royally made love to. I was wondering if maybe you could make it so that he never did.
Strange. Don't cast that spell. It's too dangerous. Fine. I won't.
A wink? Nice!
I heard that. Don't you dare cast that spell, Strange! Ah! Well, now I have to cast 2 spells because that obviously can't happen. The entire world is about to forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man and Wong still has a head.
Wait, everyone? Can't some people still know?
That's not how the spell works.
So, MJ's gonna forget that we're together and that she popped my cherry?
And now I want to forget, so let's add that in there.
Oh my god, Ned. He's my best platonic friend. Oh, my Aunt May should really know.
Stop tampering with the spell.
Oh, and the Avengers need to know. Not that they return any of my calls. Oh, and Uncle Ben. No, wait, he's dead. Scratch that.
Stop talking.
Oh, who am I forgetting? Oh, and there was this detective at the police station. I feel like you really understood what I was going through. Oh, there's so many people I want to remember.
Shut the F up, Peter.
Wait a second. I'm part of the entire world. I can't forget that I'm Spider-Man. I'd lose all my self-confidence.
Damn it, Pete!
What just happened?
Parker, 3 things you never talk during. Movies, erotic massages, and spells.
Well, can't we just retract the spell or cast a reverse spell?
No, Parker, there's no undo button here.
Well, what's that? Nah, wasn't fast enough.
Peter, would you please step outside for a minute?
Okay. Yikes. I wonder who made him so angry.
We diddled with the stability of space-time.
That's a pretty big sinkhole!
The multiverse is a concept about which we know frighteningly little.
How little?
We know nothing. Told you it was frightening. The problem is you trying to live 2 different lives and ride 8 different train carriages.
That's only 4-inch life!
The longer you do it, the more redonkulous it becomes. Ah, there you are. I've been semi-looking everywhere for you. Be careful which coked-up lunatic performs your spells for you, Parker.
Hello, Peter. Don't recall ever meeting you, but gonna assume you're not a friendly.
My God. Peter Parker is Spider-Man? Hey, everyone, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Someone call the newspaper.
Hello, Daily Bugle? Yeah, Peter Parker's Spider-Man.
Dang it, I just got that fixed!
Spider-Man!
No, please don't do this.
You gotta help me, please! I spilled some calamari on my shirt! I'm afraid it's gonna stain!
What is wrong with you? Why can't you ever appreciate that I'm currently indisposed?
Oh, I see! You complete a full trilogy of solo movies and now you think you're Toby freaking Maguire! Well, just let me wallow in my own filth then, and hate to smear your pristine reputation.
Don't worry, ma'am. I'm back! The OG Spider-Man will save you. That's good.
Don't continue to worry, ma'am.
The Amazing Spider-Man will save you too.
Oh, it's good.
And the Spider-Man with the highest approval rating on Rotten Tomatoes will save you 3. This is the best calamari I've ever tasted. This isn't seafood. This is A+ food. It's amazing. Unbelievable! Of all the infinite multiple verses out there, I'm hoping this is the one in which you subscribe to Art Spear Entertainment. I mean, there can only be one.
Is there a universe in which you're not a Mysterio murderer?
I didn't kill Mysterio, it was the drones.
Peter, when are you gonna stop blaming Jones for all your wrongdoings?
Come on, you know it was the drones, you were there.
Yeah, about that.
You're a hologram too? Then who have I been dating this whole time?
Don't pretend like you didn't love it, Tiger.
Yeeks! The Aunt May in this OG Spider-Verse is illogically old.
Oh, Peter, is there reality?
Author Dave Eggers, best known for the memoir, a heartbreaking work of staggering genius, and the novel The Circle, criticized ChatGPT directly to OpenAI employees. And this is especially funny because he was invited to speak to the OpenAI employees by the company's CEO, Sam Altman, after Eggers publicly criticized AI-generated fiction. So he used the opportunity to challenge employees over AI's impact on education and creativity. And this is a quote saying, "Why don't you leave your house, leave the screen, meet some people, get yourself in a writing group," and also said, or also warned them that AI could be silencing an entire generation or two. And what he meant by that was that by making teachers' jobs more difficult and preventing students from developing their own writing skills and authentic voices, that they would not have the skill set to tell their stories in an authentic, personal way.
I heard there was a teacher who put...
It doesn't just affect people from young age, it affects people from the university age. Lots of people on the 20s. They already been utilizing AI to a point that kind of like all my friends, like I have quite a few friends as like teachers, okay? They are flipping fucking tables around because everyone is using fucking AI to do everything. Even education system is like using AI. Like, man, I have one friend of mine is like doing art stuff. He literally stormed into like the dean's like office, trash the places. Just from like the mere mentioning using AI for art as education. Not mere mentioning, it's like already like a fixed curriculum.
I just thought this was badass. That's all.
There's a teacher who put some...
It already happens. There are so many different university right now actually have like AI art curriculum. Obviously, there are few that doesn't have it. They like if they have like really strong pushback, like how my friend does. Like at the end, they like after like 2 semesters, they give it like for like two batch of like students, and then they just stop giving it anymore. I don't know how bullshit it is. But still, man.
Text in a assignment, like how to do this assignment thing that was, I don't know, transparent text or something. So when it was copy pasted, it grabbed it.
Oh,
but if you were just trying to read it yourself, you wouldn't see it. And it said something along the lines of like, I don't know, use this strange word in a context that wouldn't make any sense. It specifically says that wouldn't make any sense. And it was something like, these numbers are going to be wrong, but the scale I think is pretty correct. Yeah, Madagascar, that was it. Use the word Madagascar in a way that wouldn't make any sense, and the assignment had nothing to do with it at all.
Okay.
And maybe the person who said the word Madagascar will know, but if I remember correctly, it was like 40 students, like 2 of them didn't do it. Like
2 of them didn't have Madagascar in the final assignment.
Something like that. It was some insane ratio. But the numbers, don't listen to the numbers. I don't remember exactly what the numbers were, but it was like some insanely high percentage of people. There was also another teacher who did a take-home do-it-yourself midterm, and then an in-person no computer final.
Yeah, that one was a little while ago. I think we talked about that on WAN Show.
Oh, was that WAN?
Yeah, that was college, I think.
Very interesting.
Yeah, where like everyone aced the midterm, and then when he said it was going to be an in-person final, like a whole bunch of people dropped out of the class, and it turned out that like again 2 of the students had consistent grades across the midterm and the final.
One of them was just an
Absolute
honest
Chad.
Well, one of them was a Chad who got like 98 both times or something, and then another one of them was just an honest person and got.
And that's their redeeming quality.
60 something both times. It's like, all right, nice work.
You know what? There's man,
32 out of 35 failed apparently.
This is going to be, I don't know, this might ruffle some feathers, but I think I would rather have, in terms of who I'd rather work with day to day, I think I'm getting to the point where I'd rather work with someone honest with integrity than a genius.
Yeah. I think LMG Community said it well, though. Mr. Chewy.
Oh, he's like totally not our like community coordinator anymore.
You should get a new
You
account.
really need a different tag, Chewy.
Yeah, you do.
Your job title has actually changed twice since then.
And also quite significantly.
Yeah. Okay.
He said, I just don't know how kids could possibly resist the temptation of using AI. And honestly, I agree.
That's an unfortunate, but like...
To be honest, AI is a tool. So if you want to use it for math, you have to understand the math first before you use it. Too many way is a little bit too convenient to the point that you can just type in the questions and just tell the fucking like ChatGPT to solve for you. You have to understand before you solve it. Like you have to understand what is plus and negative before you can solve it. You can't just type fucking shit in and then just tell them to solve it. You can't do that. But they somehow make it fucking possible. Now everyone is fucking dumb.
Pretty based take. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it, basically. Yeah.
I think it comes down to...
Like, would you have been able to resist?
No, I would have used it in
Your
some way.
options would have been play Morrowind or sit and do tedious homework.
I'm already cooked.
See, that's
dude.
what I'm talking about. As soon as I put you back, I give you a temptation that is irrelevant today. You wouldn't play Morrowind today. If I was like, oh, Luke, here, I installed Morrowind on your computer. Are you going to be able to focus on WAN show? You're like, what are you talking about?
I'd probably
of course.
do both.
There's no way you're going to play Morrowind during WAN show. There's no way you will disrespect our viewers that way. See, now I've already turned them off it.
I'm updating Steam.
You're not. Unbelievable. Actual child. You're an actual child.
I mean, that's why I have 3 monitors. You can't see what I'm doing.
You can't see that he's playing Morrowind.
But as soon as I pull out the like period appropriate temptation.
No, I think
it's an easy choice. You play Morrowind.
I'm really trying to wonder. I definitely would have used it as a shortcut. I don't know if I would have used its output.
There's different times in my life that I think I would have used it more or less.
Yeah.
And by using it at all, I think I might have stunted the growth that would have led to the higher probability of using it at other times, if that makes sense.
I think, especially with some of the really big problems I had in high school of the like grammar and punctuation and stuff.
Oh, if you could have...
I wonder...
The dangerous thing about being smart with a learning disability is that you're invisible.
Yeah.
If you want to be.
Yeah.
You can fake it. And you'd have better tools for faking it.
I would have found a way to hide that with that. So I probably would have used my own words, but I would have used it to give me the correct punctuation.
Interesting.
But I probably would. I don't know. I'm looking at how I've approached it so far, and I believe very strongly in the you have to own the output thing. And I think I would have been informed enough to know that you could do things like hiding text. Maybe it was 1-point font or something, hiding text somewhere or doing other little tricks. I would have known that there are ways for teachers to detect it, like M dashes and all this other kind of stuff. And I wouldn't have wanted to risk that.
Yeah.
but I would have definitely used it as a proofreader and would have adjusted my hand-ins based on it and would have used it as a shortcut.
Yeah, I actually would do that too. It's like I'm suck at grammar, so I use it as an editor. That would be fun. You know, I can write story I want. Then I'd be like, hey, check for like spelling mistakes. Hey, check for like grammar mistake I made, and then they can highlight the grammar mistake I made. I can like reread it, see like did they like change the context, and then I'd be like, hey, you messed up the context. Revert back, and then I write it a little bit better. Depends on like the things. Like you do it in like a back and forth conversations, then it's fine. But generally, most people don't do that shit. So yeah.
I'm like fairly certain that would have happened, especially when Morrowind is calling.
I didn't really learn to enjoy writing until after high school.
The wacky thing for me was I enjoyed writing. I just couldn't get good grades because I would just butcher spelling, grammar, punctuation.
Interesting. The only reason I learned to enjoy it was because I had a teacher who pushed me to become more proficient at it.
See, that's so interesting because I almost had the opposite. Mr. Thompson said that he actually really liked my writing, and I was getting just kneecapped by because my previous teacher would take a point away for every single mistake. So he liked the writing, but my punctuation would be weird, so I'd just get 50% like all the time.
Yeah, we had Mr. Horn was exactly the same. I think it was 0.5 of a point off.
Yeah, I got like 90% mark is because I'm just good at writing stories. They don't mind I'm kind of like bad at grammars or like bad at spelling sometimes. Like long as I have creative way to write stories, they like it. And I can always write a shit tons of stuff like on the flies. They also like really impress at that ability of mine. Like if you guys watch me enough, you guys already know I can just do a lot of stuff on the fly. Which is like for lots of people it's like a very like difficult thing. I never really struggles on like sometimes I do, but my term of struggles is different from like some other people's struggles. Like some other people when they struggles they need to like a few days of struggles. For me it's kind of like a few minutes of struggles. So for me I still at the end I still struggle. But my term is a little bit different. And also, hi there, Private Akira. So yeah, like that's all for like the personal stuff kind of things. I can do lots of like stuff like this, drawing, fun, jobs, this and that. If you give me like more times to do my own stuff, I would draw a bunch of fun shit out. Non-stop. I mean literally non-stop. If I can like get like someone into like podcast and they can talk their hearts out, and then meanwhile in the process I can just show my screen and then I just keep on drawing. I just dare do the drawing. And the people in the background either have a conversation with the persons like in the podcast, or like they can give me prompts that, oh, I want you to draw like penguins like doing KFCs, and I will like, yes, I will be drawing penguins doing KFCs. I will draw like a KFC environment and then have a penguins there chopping a chicken. That's some fucked up shit happening there, but still, like at the end, like I can just immediately pop shit up pretty easily like this. And the longer time I will be staying in one artwork, like the more stuff I can keep drawing and adding shit into it, to the point that it is going to be a miracle for lots of people. I can draw so much within an hour. I kind of got kneecapped by being broke.
And this was out of 10.
Yeah.
So if you made a handful of mistakes,
it's just gone. So I couldn't perform. So he capped it at 10%.
Right.
So if I like wrote something really good, but the structure of it was bad, the punctuation was bad, stuff like that, I could still get 90. And then I got like very close to 90 in the course.
Hey, same. Same. He and I have a similar story. On English essay. But how long I've been like doing lots of like different artwork same times. It's like 5 hours. Technically, I did take like a 20-minute break. Snack break. I think 20-minute or 10-minute. I think it's 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. So, yeah. I'm gonna take my actual break now. 2 a.m. To be honest, I'm surprised Private Akira is here. It's 2 a.m. I here. Well, I live in very versatile places, but still. Anyway, hope you guys living your best life. Yeah, you gotta go, and I also gotta go off. I've been like doing it for like a few. And to be honest, I do want to like animate this thing. Turn this into loop animations. Ah. Yeah, I'm pondering, should I turn this into animations? I've been doing lots of like funny animations lately. This one I love it the most. I see it. A trip around the world. And yes, it's Nino here. And this one. I know, like recently the power, like the defy fly, you fat fuck, fly. That one. I'm doing that one. This one with Kiara and Kobo. I want to turn this into YCH, to be honest. For everyone. But either way, yeah, it's a late night. I'm hungry. I might make a Milo and then just chuck it down and then go to sleep. And as I'm getting fatter and fatter, I need more time to do a lot of exercise. But yeah. So again, anyhow, thank you very much for watching, and as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe. Until next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.